Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King, to his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Honourable members, it being the first sitting day of the week, we will now be led in the singing of our national anthem by Sydney Manning. I invite you to participate in the language of your choice.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patron love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Honourable members, the land acknowledgement. The Legislative Assembly is grateful to be situated on Treaty Number 6 territory. This land has been the traditional region of the Métis people of Alberta, the Inuit, the ancestral territory of the Cree, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Iroquois, and Nakota Sioux people. The recognition of our history on this land is an act of reconciliation, and we honour those who walk with us. We also acknowledge that the province of Alberta exists within Treaty 4, 7, 8, 10 territories and the Métis Nation of Alberta. Please be seated. I got a thing, Shannon. Honourable members, before we proceed to the rest of the daily routine, I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge a few members here inside the chamber who have served 5 years or so. Since being elected, as it turns out, I found out last week from a number of you that it was slightly beyond 5 years. Since being elected in 2019, the members have endured 319 question periods. They've heard 13,215 questions asked. I'll leave it up to the members to determine how many of that 13,000 were answered. There is quite a number who will be recognized today, so we're going to do this in two different groups by caucus. And so I'd like to invite the honourable members for Edmonton Meadows, Edmonton Highlands Norwood, and Edmonton Whitemud to the dais for their pins. Photos immediately following the daily routine, should anyone want one. Honourable members, I would now like to invite the member for Airdrie Cochrane, Calgary Bow, Calgary Cross, Calgary East, Calgary North, Calgary Northeast, Calgary Pagan, Calgary Shaw, Calgary Southeast, Camrose, Cardston, Siksika, Drumheller, Stettler, Fort Saskatchewan, Vegreville, Highwood, Lac St. Anne Parkland, Lethbridge East, Mascowitch, Wetaskiwin, Morinville, St. Albert, Peace River, Red Deer North, Red Deer South, Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, Strathcona, Sherwood Park, Vermilion, Lloydminster, Wainwright, West Yellowhead, and Fort McMurray, Lac La Biche to please proceed to the dais and grab your pin on the way by. Members have been through 6 budgets, 5 throne speeches, 4,134 documents tabled, and 248 bills introduced.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, and I think we're actually doing you tomorrow because it's separate, but come around this way. Come around. Come down this way.
Introduction of visitors.
Honourable members, it's my absolute honour and pleasure to introduce a special guest visitor joining us in the chamber this afternoon. First, earlier today I had the absolute honour of hosting the Consul General of the Philippines, Emma Sarni. She was recently appointed the Consul General in Calgary. Prior to this post, she served as the Minister and Consul General of the Philippines Embassy in Cambodia. We had a wonderful discussion. I know that many members here inside the Assembly worked closely with her predecessor, and she hopes that she will have an equally productive relationship with members of the Assembly. I invite Emma to please rise. She is joined with her husband today. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Introduction of guests.
The Honourable Member for Leduc Beaumont has a school group today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you 3 homeschool families from my riding, the Archer, Mold, and Solomon families. I had a chance to chat with them earlier. They're very excited to join us today. I asked them to rise and please receive the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and introduce St. Cecilia Junior High School students and their teachers here. They are one of the 10 junior high students in Edmonton Decore, one of the 10 schools of Catholic School Board. I ask students and educators to rise and receive the traditional welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and introduce to you and through you the students and teacher Jordan Zadunowski of Sister Alphonse Academy. I ask them all to rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Honourable members, joining us in the Speaker's Gallery today, you met him last week and received his bio then, but Mr. Sidney Manning was our anthem singer today. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly. The Honourable Member for the Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Incredible guests. Alberta lung breathing space representatives are here with us today. I'd like to thank them for the work that they do every year and also the support that they gave me for my organ and tissue donation private members bill 205. As well, we have guests from Alberta Canola, because today is Alberta Canola Advocacy Day. Please rise, all of you, and receive the warm welcome of this assembly.
The honourable member for Calgary Falconridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly, Japinder Kaur Gill, born and raised Calgary, representing the Northeast with an undergrad from University of Calgary and a law degree with honours from the UK. She is an active member of the Law Society of Alberta, a dedicated volunteer since age 13. She now mentors others in the community. I ask that she rise to receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have someone who's more than just a constituent. She's a very important person. Who knows, maybe I'll have more to report next time she's here. If I could ask Jocelyn Faulkner to rise, receive the warm welcome of the House.
Are there other introductions? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to introduce from Uncles and Aunts at Large, which is a nonprofit in the riding of Edmonton Glenora. It's been serving single-parent families for over 50 years, Mr. Speaker. It's their anniversary. I ask that the folks who are here today rise: Alice, Susan, Moira, Sue, Rebecca, and Lynn. Thank you for all you do to serve our community.
Are there others? Seeing none.
Ministerial statements. Members' statements.
The Honourable Member for Airdrie East has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, last week thousands of climate activists and government officials from around the world came together in Baku, Azerbaijan for the annual conference of the parties, better known as COP29. Some, however, came to advocate for so-called global energy transition and the dangerous phase-out of fossil fuels. But common sense had a voice at the table at this conference. Our Minister of Environment and Protected Areas of Alberta went to Baku to represent and defend Alberta on the world stage and tell our story of environmental stewardship and responsible energy production as one of North America's largest producers. She told the story of how Alberta is increasing production, meeting global energy demands, all while emissions in methane, electricity, and per barrel oil and gas intensities are all in decline. Alberta continues to lead the way as Canada's environmental leader without federal energy cap productions or costly carbon taxes. We as Albertans should be proud. We shouldn't be apologetic. The world needs to hear our story. Right. While the NDP and the Liberals disregard the fact that global energy demand continues to rise, countries from around the world are coming to Alberta for a partner that they can trust. It's part of the reason our Premier made history last week, becoming the first non-U.S. state to be invited to join the U.S. Energy Pact. We know conferences like COP for too many years have been hijacked by climate extremists and ideological politicians like Stephen Guilbeault to spread their agenda to shut down fossil fuel, regardless of reality or the impacts to regular people around the world. We are proud to have a Minister of Environment so willing to fight back and be vocal at these conferences to stand up for our economy, the importance of energy security, and the livelihoods of all Albertans in this great province. Alberta can be and should be the world's responsible producer of choice. Our government will continue to advocate for Alberta energy unapologetically and stand up against Ottawa's activist agenda here at home. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are at it again, down the road of going after Albertans' hard-earned retirement security. Also, they can have a bigger piggy bank to play their partisan investment strategies, a strategy that has been attempted time and time again. We don't have to look too far back to the days of Premier Alison Redford and her then Finance Minister, Doug Horner. Names sound familiar. When did they try to gut the retirement security of more than 400,000 Albertans, including current and retired teachers, nurses, municipal employees, post-secondary education workers, and police officers? It didn't work that time, and the pension holders stood together and forced the government to change course. Now, it's clear the government has learned from this mistake, and maybe the now Finance Minister did call his family and ask for some advice and how to be a little bit sneakier or more disingenuous so that Albertans don't see it coming this time. But I can promise you, Mr. Speaker, Albertans are not dumb when it comes to their retirement security. So when the Minister of Finance decided to fire the AIMCO board and pretend it was about mismanagement and appointed himself to run the investment, people started to pay attention. Then the rumor started that PM Stephen Harper will be appointed, the same person who on record had said he wants an APP, not a CPP, who created a two-tiered pension plan for public service workers while in government, and, let's not forget, also increased the eligibility of CPP to 67. It's time this government is honest, Mr. Speaker. Firing the AIMCO board wasn't about staffing or returns on investment. It was about removing the nonpartisan wall and replacing it with a person who will gut the public pension and put Albertans' retirements at risk.
The honourable member for Chestermere Strathmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Alberta made a bold move to grow our energy sector and strengthen economic partnerships with our neighbours to the south. By joining the Governor's Coalition for Energy Security, Alberta is stepping forward as a vital contributor to a secure and a sustainable energy future for North America. Alberta has long been a reliable partner to the United States, providing essential oil and natural gas to fuel their economy. By expanding our energy ties with the U.S. and promoting cross-border energy trade and participation, Alberta is helping to build upon its North American energy strategy. Alberta already accounts for 56% of all oil imports to the U.S. That's more than twice the amount as Mexico, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq combined, which is helping to drive job creation and prosperity on both sides of the border. Hear, hear. Natural gas also plays an important role in North America's energy mix. Alberta is the largest producer of natural gas in Canada and remains positioned to support the U.S. in filling their domestic supply gaps. Alberta's leadership in emissions reduction and advancements in clean energy technology sets a gold standard. Alberta is also unlocking its untapped geological potential to help meet the world's demand for minerals, many of which are used to manufacture batteries, cell phones, and other products used in our everyday lives. This includes the province's lithium sector, where Alberta's government is supporting several innovative projects to develop new ways to extract and concentrate lithium faster and more efficiently. Through collaboration in this coalition, we will share our expertise and our innovation, building a future that drives economic growth and environmental stewardship. This partnership isn't just about energy, it's about opportunity. It's about creating jobs, driving investment, and positioning Alberta as a global leader in energy security. This agreement deepens those ties, ensuring energy remains affordable, reliable, and environmentally responsible for families across the continent. We're sending a clear message. Alberta's open for business, and we are ready to lead.
The honourable member for Banff, Kananaskis.
This weekend, I was one of hundreds of Albertans who gathered in Canmore to remember a love and a life truly lived to its fullest. Karsten Hoyer, biologist, conservation activist, explorer, writer, and changemaker, passed away earlier this month. Like many people, Karsten was a man of great big ideas. Unlike most, he implemented them, turned them into tangible actions that often exceeded his own visions. Karsten is most known for walking and skiing from Yellowstone to Yukon, stimulating a paradigm shift in landscape ecology and positioning Alberta as a global leader in large landscape conservation and connectivity. With his wife, Leanne, he followed a herd of caribou 1,500 kilometers from Yukon to their calving grounds in Alaska. He paddled from Canmore to Newfoundland with Leanne and their son Zev to meet Farley Mowat, and he was a leader in bringing bison back to Banff National Park after 140 years of their absence. And with each of these massive undertakings, he created ways to share it with us. He wrote books. Leanne and him made award-winning films. They brought the wilds of Canada to the public, the politicians, and the decision-makers. Karsten was a rare person who somehow expertly weaved biology, community outreach, art, and outdoor exploration into activism to create a better world and protect our precious ecosystems and wildlife. He did this humbly, with a kindness and a passion that inspired many, including me. At the foundation of this work was Karsten's spiritual connection to Canada's wilderness. His stories shared a love for the land that was strung through his DNA. Working closely with Treaty 7 First Nations, he brought bison and Indigenous people back to the lands of their ancestors, making an ecosystem whole again. Karsten was a colleague, teacher, and friend. I carry his legacy with me in this House each time I stand up for Alberta wildlife, our nature-loving communities, and the decisions we need to make to build a better future by restoring and connecting large landscapes.
Honourable members, the time is now 1:50, and that makes it oral question period. And the Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition has question 1.
Mr. Speaker, AIMCO manages $170 billion of Albertans' assets. These are Albertans' Heritage Savings Trust Fund and pensions. This money is not supposed to form a gambling pet project for the Premier, but the Premier has now harmed how secure those investments are by firing the Chair, the Board, and the CEO of AIMCO and replacing them all with her own Finance Minister. This unprecedented action has absolutely damaged AIMCO's reputation and stunned industry experts. Why is the Premier risking the retirement savings of more than 350,000 Albertans, and will she stop the political interference?
The Honourable the Premier has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. AIMCO's mandate remains unchanged, and investments will be continue to be made at arm's length from the government. We take a returns-first mindset. Unfortunately, as we looked at the increase in costs, 71% salary, wages and benefits, 96% increase in third-party management fees, 29% increase in employees, and they consistently failed to meet their benchmarks. As the Finance Minister has said, the reason you get paid the big bucks is to get the returns, and we believe that we can do better under new management.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in a report in the Globe and Mail, 3 sources have said this Premier wanted Stephen Harper to run AIMCO. She passed this along to the Ethics Commissioner, they claim. But according to the same article, the Ethics Commissioner report raised major flags. This Premier has since replaced that Ethics Commissioner with her own hand-picked choice, a person who used to work for her office and who ran for a UCP nomination. Can the Premier confirm, if the news report is true, did her government have the previous Ethics Commissioner vet Stephen Harper to be on the board of AIMCO? Yes or no?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to prejudge the outcome of the decision-making process the Finance Minister is going through in finding a replacement board members. As soon as those board members are revealed to the public, we'd be happy to answer any questions on any of them. But at the moment, as you know, the Finance Minister remains the sole board member, and we have the Deputy Minister who has left his position, and now he is there as the interim CEO, and we'll have more to say when we have appointments to announce.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That wasn't the question I asked. The Albertans who have AIMCO as their pension investors, including teachers who were forced into AIMCO against their will, have serious concerns with the political intervention in their pensions. Now, the government has cut the arms off this arm's-length organization by putting the Finance Minister directly in control. Now, the Finance Minister told the Edmonton Sun, quote, "It became evident things were not going to change even with constant pressure from me and the team." Now, why did the Finance Minister apply, quote, constant pressure on AIMCO, which is supposed to be arm's length from government?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we look around the world, looking at, for instance, the Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund, it has almost $2 trillion under investment. And it has a lower number of staff members and a lower cost profile because they invested in a different way. We had to look at that and see whether the management and the significant fees and the significant staff were yielding the kind of investment returns that AIMCO itself had benchmarked, and they fell short. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're going to do is have an interim, the Finance Minister in an interim way, and the new board members announced shortly.
The Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition for her second set of questions.
Everybody knows that the UCP government can't get health and education services right, but this government has also failed on the economic front. The cost of living due to high inflation is making things hard for every Albertan. Alberta's unemployment rate is still the highest west of the Maritimes. The Business Council of Alberta said, quote, "Unemployment has stayed high for quite a while, and I think at this point there is really no charitable view of that," end quote. Why has this Premier failed to focus on Alberta's high unemployment rate and growing the economy? Instead, why is she chasing chemtrail conspiracies?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that we noticed when we did our Alberta's Calling campaign is a lot of people wanted to come to Alberta. We had 160,000 people who came in 2023, and we're on track to have 200,000 people come in 2024. Of course, when people arrive, there's a period of time that they're looking for work, and that's part of the reason why we have sustained higher unemployment levels. We do know, and the federal government has finally accepted, that they have to take a more responsible approach to bringing in newcomers from all streams, and I think that we'll see some mitigation on that unemployment over time.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Many business organizations are worried about the damage this government is doing to the economy, and now after expressing their concerns, these business groups, like the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, the Chamber of Commerce, are under attack by her boss, Pierre Poilievre, Conservative leader. Poilievre called these groups, quote, worse than useless and, quote, money-sucking lobby groups. On this side, we disagree with a lot that Mr. Poilievre has to say. Does the Premier plan on defending these business groups from attacks, or does she agree with Mr. Poilievre that groups like CAP and the Chamber of Commerce are worse than useless?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, the Provincial Conservative Party is a completely different entity than the Federal Conservative Party, unlike the members opposite, where when you buy a membership in the Provincial Party, you are automatically supporting Jagmeet Singh at the federal level. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, when you look at their economic record, they should be embarrassed that they're even asking us about this. They had 13 quarters of out-migration. They lost 183,000 jobs within their first couple of years in government, and we've seen nothing but continued job growth since we came in, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Premier disagree with a word that has come out of Mr. Poilievre's mouth. Speaking of things that will hurt our economy, the words of the Premier's other boss and party organizer, David Parker, about Alberta are disgusting. He said Albertans should be proud of the, quote, white culture. That is, quote, the air you breathe and the water you swim in. And he called white culture our civilization and our economic system. For Albertans who built this province to be reflective of our diverse backgrounds, ethnicities, and beautiful cultures, these sentiments are unacceptable. Does the Premier share her boss's views, or will she apologize?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the members opposite don't read the newspapers, but they may have read that the individual they referenced actually worked against me in my leadership campaign, because they understand, and my caucus understands, that we work for Albertans. And that is going to be who we have constantly in our sights as we're passing good policy. It's part of the reason since January 2024, Alberta has added 30,300 jobs, which is a total increase of 1.2% since the beginning of the year. People come from a variety of backgrounds, and we are very pleased in choosing Alberta.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition for a third set of questions.
Mr. Speaker, this Premier promised to fix health care in just 90 days. Now, for the record, that was 2 years and 29 days ago. Just today, the Health Minister rolled out the only bit of news we've seen, which is that the agency has a new logo. Mr. Speaker, Albertans are waiting endlessly for care. They can't find family doctors, and our emergency rooms are swelling beyond the capacity that staff can handle. Why is the government focused on a new logo instead of patients?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have made incredible progress on making sure that we address the needs of Albertans. Number one, by expanding out primary care to ensure that we have nurse practitioners able to work to the full scope of practice. We also have our pharmacies, which have the largest scope of practice in the entire country. We'll be rolling out a new model for combined care for our primary care doctors. We also have been investing in surgical suite upgrades, $313 million over 3 years on 10 projects. We've affirmed charter surgical centres, which has also added new capacity on surgeries. We're heading in the right direction, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
And yet, the healthcare system that Albertans are experiencing are giant wait times, more chaos and crisis. In Lethbridge, not a single person can find a family doctor in that city. And to top it off, the Premier can't sign a deal with doctors or make one that ensures nurses are well paid. Mr. Speaker, why has this government failed to fix healthcare at all, never mind in the 90-day timeline that the Premier herself promised to Albertans?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in Lethbridge, I'd like to correct the record. We've gone from 40,000 without a family doctor down to 20,000. And we're going to ensure that every single person in Alberta has a primary care practitioner. That is the objective that I have given to the Health Minister, and she is well on her way. I should mention, Mr. Speaker, under the NDP, wait times for open heart surgery increased 50%. Cataract and hip replacement surgery went up 30%, and knee replacement surgery waits climbed 23%. What we're seeing with all of these measures is they're on their way down, and they're going to continue that way, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I just heard the Premier say she's proud that 1 in 5 Albertans don't have a family doctor. 1 million Albertans, Mr. Speaker. The situation is so bad in healthcare that the Minister doesn't even know what's going on. Today she was asked if cancer patients are getting timely care, but she admitted that under this government's watch, for many patients, things have gotten worse. Now, we all know this Premier has publicly stated her belief cancer patients only have themselves to blame, but will she accept the blame for the incompetence of a healthcare system that has only gotten worse for Alberta cancer patients here in Alberta?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I think something that both sides of this House can take credit for is that we've got a brand new cancer centre in Calgary. It took a couple of years for us to be able to bring it to the point where we've got all of the equipment and we hired all of the staff, and we're continuing to recruit oncologists. It's unrolling in the exact time frame that is normal for purposing a brand new facility. And Mr. Speaker, I'm excited about the fact that more people are going to want to choose Alberta because of the research capacity that we have at the Cancer Centre. I think this is an exciting new era for cancer treatment in Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Foothills has a question to ask.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we heard last week, the Minister of Finance made the unprecedented move to remove the chair and entire board of AIMCO, along with the CEO and members of the executive team. The Minister tells us this reset is necessary to rein in executive salaries, yet just 1 year ago, this government passed legislation to remove salary caps from those serving on boards and commissions, including the members of the AIMCO board, hardly setting an example that they care about salaries. Will the Minister explain how, under his watch, and after removing all the rules to cap salaries, he was unable to keep those salaries in check?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's true. A lot of changes happened with AIMCO last 2 weeks ago, I guess now. Ultimately, I'm the minister that's responsible to this legislature and to Albertans for AIMCO, and we've exercised that authority to restore confidence and stability. It is very true that much of our rationale around this was around the costs at AIMCO. The Premier's already mentioned the increase in salaries, wages, and benefits. We've seen the external management fees increase a great deal. We're making these changes for Albertans, pension plans, and Albertans at large.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Foothills.
So, as we just heard, the Minister has told us that this reckless move to appoint himself as the chair and sole director is to restore confidence and stability in AIMCO. This government's decision has done the opposite. That has sent shockwaves through the investment community, calling into question the independence of AIMCO to operate without government interference. Can the Minister tell us how, after 5 years of lapsed oversight from the board, invoking the nuclear option was the only solution to a problem this government created?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, the President of Treasury Board.
This certainly wasn't a problem that this government created. If you look at the mandate and roles document for AIMCO, this reset will involve largely the same document. It's built around 3 core things: great returns, continuing to be and being a low-cost provider for our pension plans, and also that client relationship. Having that client relationship where they know who they work for and how they're going to complete their task. Largely, the new mandate and roles document will be largely the same, but with that relationship in mind.
Here, here. The honourable member for Calgary Foothills.
So you appointed the board members and removed the salary caps, but not your problem. Got it. So more than 350,000, the number of pensioners that rely on the stability and stewardship of their pensions. Albertans that expect a stable return providing for their pension that they depend on every day. A lifetime of work for this province. A lifetime of educating our kids, keeping us healthy. And now this government believes that those pensions are their political tool. Can the minister explain to the people of Alberta how he and he alone should be managing $170 billion and the future of 350...
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I made clear in my very short time in this caretaker role, I will not be making any investment decisions from this board position. What I will say is that the member's correct about the importance of this for the people that hold those pension plans. My predecessor before me and me in this short time in this role have received various complaints, formal and informal, from the pension plans themselves about the cost trajectory at AIMCO. We're doing this for them to ensure that they're a low-cost provider. We're doing this for all Albertans regarding the management of the Heritage Trust Funds.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet again, this Premier is starting another political fight at the expense of Alberta farmers. This time, she wants to fight with Mexico. The Premier wants to remove Mexico from the North American Trade Agreement without considering the impact on the economy, and especially Alberta's agriculture producers. Trade between Alberta and Mexico totaled $2.9 billion in 2023, and agriculture and agri-food accounts for more than 80% of our exports. Why is the Premier jeopardizing billions of dollars of Alberta farmer and ranchers' incomes just to have a fight with Mexico?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Trade.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta is excited to build our already strong relationship with the United States under a Trump presidency with the Republicans. Right now, our bilateral trade relationship is around $160 billion. We also have a trade relationship with Mexico. It's around $3 billion per year and important. But first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, we will be a good partner to our strongest partner, the United States. And we will work with Canada to ensure that Alberta's priorities are reflected in any renegotiated agreement and that Alberta's jurisdiction is respected.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear that the government thinks the U.S. trade partner is more important than Mexico. And given that Mexico is Alberta's second largest agri-food exporter and trade is growing, for example, in 2023, Canadians' beef market share in Mexico increased to 14.2%, a 12% increase from 2022. And given that before the Premier's comment, it was clear that expanding trade with Mexico was a priority, with the Agriculture Minister heading to Mexico on a trade mission. So, to the Premier, did the Minister not know she was going to undermine his efforts to grow our trade with Mexico, or are you just not talking?
I might just remind the honourable member that questions after number 4 are to be done without a preamble. The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure Albertans we will not be sending that member to negotiate renegotiations with the United States. The United States is Alberta's and Canada's #1 trading partner, and we will approach it as such. They are good partners. We're looking forward to build this relationship, and we're also looking forward to build a relationship with Mexico, provided that their interests are aligned with Canada's and the United States. It must be a Canada-first agreement that builds North America and not other jurisdictions which may be adversarial at times.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, given that the Premier's call to pull Mexico out of the North American Trade Agreement clearly aligns with the new President-elect in the United States, and given under the previous Trump administration, dairy, canola, and other agriculture producers were targeted at U.S. tariffs, and given that Alberta agriculture producers have already raised concerns about the proposed 10% tariff scheme, which will include canola and other crops, to the Premier, are you going to stand with Alberta agriculture producers, or are you going to stand with Trump?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do stand with our canola producers who are in the middle of a trade battle. I was just in the UAE promoting Alberta's canola exports, and we will continue to go around the world, including to the Philippines, Indonesia, and other places to expand our trade options. But, Mr. Speaker, the United States and Canada must be aligned. It is in the interest of energy security, food security, and national security, and we will not compromise our #1 trade relationship.
Honourable member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United Nations Conference of Parties, or COP29, is a yearly meeting of diplomats, government officials, and companies from around the world to discuss issues like energy security and responsible energy production. But some, like Canada's Environment Minister Stephen Guilbeault, seems to use it as a platform to advocate for the dangerous phase-out of fossil fuels. With the Minister of Environment recently attending COP29 last week, can the Minister please explain the importance of Alberta's participation in COP29 and what was our message to the world?
The Honourable the Minister of Environment and Protected Areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. We attended COP29 to ensure Alberta's real story is told. This is a story based on facts, not Ottawa's version of it. Yep. Alberta is the most responsible energy producer in the world. Emissions are declining as we meet global demands and power the world moving forward. Under our Premier, Mr. Speaker, we will not take a back seat when Ottawa takes steps that are disastrous for the people of our province. We are showing the world that it is possible to do the right thing for the environment while growing the economy, creating jobs, and ensuring safe, affordable, reliable energy.
The Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Minister for the answer. Given that COP29 has historically been used as a global mouthpiece for eco-activists and green goblin politicians like Stephen Guilbeault to push anti-energy agendas, and further given that Alberta is already home to some of the most ethically produced energy on the planet, can the Minister please outline to how Alberta leads the way with emissions reductions without harmful federal energy production caps and costly carbon taxes?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, absolutely. Part of our message was to advocate for reasonable, rational, realistic conversations about energy production, meeting global demand, and of course reducing emissions. Mr. Speaker, we are doing all of these things. Emissions are in decline even as energy production and our economy continues to grow, something that did not happen, Mr. Speaker, under the NDP. As global energy demand continues to rise despite Liberal NDP disinformation on the subject, and policies that punish people in our economy, we will continue to stand up for Albertans and Canadians.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Minister again. Given that energy demand continues to rise around the world while Liberals and NDP keep their heads in the sand, and further given that Alberta must continue to stand up for our province and our natural resources as the world comes to us for solutions, in spite of a shut-it-all-down approach from Ottawa, can the same minister explain to Alberta, is this answering global call to be that responsible energy producer of choice?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely. We will continue to tell Alberta's story around the world. No government in our history has invested more into new technologies, obviously funded by industry, Mr. Speaker, that reduce emissions and keep energy secure, reliable, and affordable for the people that we serve. We're seeing results, and despite the NDP Liberal policies, we, Mr. Speaker, in Alberta are drawing the world's most ambitious projects, from a massive Dow petrochemical product to Air Products hydrogen plant and Heidelberg's world-class cement plant. All of this is taking shape right here in Alberta. We will continue to defend our province, our people, and all of our major industries.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs has a question to ask.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Business Council of Alberta, our economy is weakening. Albertans know this, with 39% reporting that they felt the economy is getting worse. Our unemployment rate is the highest outside of the Maritimes. But despite this news, this out-of-touch UCP government keeps bragging, while Albertans fear that what this news means for job market or their personal finances. Can the Minister of Jobs explain why, rather than working to address the real concerns expressed by Albertans about affordability and unemployment, his government is celebrating an economy that is slowing down on his watch?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, Trade and the Economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be back. A big thank you to the Minister of Infrastructure for stewarding the economy in my absence. I'm pleased to report that under his care, 13,000 jobs were created in October alone. The majority of those full-time. Mr. Speaker, he may be in the wrong ministry. He already outperformed 4 years of the NDP in government in just 1 month.
The honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Given that under the UCP, the job creation has dropped, and given that the Business Council of Alberta reports consumer confidence is also falling less with consumer spending, given that due to this government choice to prioritize skybox tickets over supporting struggling Alberta families, people are rightly concerned about what the future will bring. Will the minister confirm that neither he or any other member of cabinet will accept more luxury gifts or tickets while Alberta's economy is struggling?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'm perplexed. What is the opposition concerned about? Is it that Alberta is the highest productivity province? Is it because we're the highest weekly earnings province? Is it because we've added 80,000 jobs over the last 12 months? 40% of the private job creation across Canada in the last 12 months has occurred right here in Alberta. Is it the record $11 billion investment, one of the largest in 15 years that we've just won with the Dow chemical plant? Which is it? What is it that the NDP is concerned about? Is it perhaps that Albertans chose this party to manage the economy over their failed policies?
The honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Given that this government broke their main promise about reducing taxes, leaving many Albertans caught off guard and struggling more under this UCP affordability crisis, given that after taking over $650 million from Albertans with their bracket creep tax hike, and given that they're trying to bring that back, given that the UCP have failed to support Albertans, but did work to ensure that the tickets the Premier and Cabinet can accept are protected from inflation, can the minister explain why they did not strengthen the economy or make it more affordable? Instead, they slowed the economy down and made it easier
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade.
Mr. Speaker, what I can explain is why under the previous NDP government, over 13 consecutive quarters, people chose to leave Alberta. They saw more opportunity elsewhere, Mr. Speaker, and the NDP said, go get a job in BC. It's embarrassing to be here. Let's shut down our primary industry at a time when the world needs energy security. What did we do, Mr. Speaker? We reduced taxes, we reduced regulatory burden, and we championed business and our oil and gas sector. And what's the result, Mr. Speaker? 200,000 new Canadians and immigrants coming to Alberta over the last 12 months because this is the place to be in Canada.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Alberta will soon be home to 5 million people. 1.3 million of those live with a disability. Other than Prince Edward Island, Alberta is the last province to get accessibility legislation. What that means, Mr. Speaker, is that we do not have a framework that allows us to track progress, and of the identification, removal, and prevention of barriers for people with disabilities. We've repeatedly asked this UCP government, when will we see accessibility legislation? And we get lots of word salad, so it's a very simple question. When will this government table accessibility legislation for 1.3 million Albertans?
When? The Honourable the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we care very much about people with disabilities. We just signed on to the Canadian Protocol. I know the Minister of Social Services has the main person there that has done a report, and we're looking at that report now, Mr. Speaker. We have several pieces of accessibility legislation, not in one place, but across government legislation, and we will consider, when we look at that report, what our next steps, if any, will be. But I can tell you that we are constantly interested in making sure people with disabilities' lives are good in Alberta.
The honourable member St. Albert.
Given without accessibility legislation, we don't have a framework that requires all ministries to report on the progress of identifying, removing, and preventing barriers for Albertans living with disabilities. Given we can address significant issues like unemployment of disabled Albertans without knowing what investments are made, and given we know investment in accessible apprentice seats, job training, accessible transportation, and the built environment are key to improving employment stats for disabled Albertans. When will we see accessibility legislation?
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member should take yes for an answer. As has already been said by the Minister of Municipal Affairs has taken a lead on this with the work that they've been doing with their accessibility guidelines, Mr. Speaker, as well as the work that Disability Advocate has done in my department as he works with the Minister of Municipal Affairs on this important issue. When it comes to employment, this government continues to invest millions and millions of dollars in both disability employment to those who are facing disabilities to be able to access work, as well, Mr. Speaker, in investing with employers to be able to create safe places for individuals to be able to work with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, because we understand how important that is.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Given a study published in 2022 estimated the benefits to the Canadian Society for full accessibility and inclusion of persons with disabilities to be $337 billion. Given the unemployment rate for people with disabilities is twice that of their non-disabled peers, and given the most cited grounds for discrimination reported by the Alberta Human Rights Commission is disability at 49%, it is clear accessibility legislation is overdue. I would happily take yes as an answer if it was yes, we're tabling accessibility legislation. The question is, when will you table accessibility legislation?
The Honourable the Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this government is focused on actual actions that are helping individuals. Mr. Speaker, not coming to the chamber and continuing to ask for random legislation without any other context, Mr. Speaker, which is why we have the Disability Advocate working with our partners in municipal affairs when it comes to things like zoning and bylaw issues and actual building code issues that matter for accessibility, as well as we continue to invest unprecedented amounts of both employment and with employers to be able to make sure that they can create job opportunities for those who face disabilities, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to have the highest disability support rates anywhere in the country.
The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley Devon is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, I participated in the groundbreaking ceremony of a new state-of-the-art surgical facility in Enoch Cree Nation. This will be one of the first such surgical facilities in Canada to be built on First Nations land. This partnership between Alberta Health Services and Enoch Cree Nation is an example of our government reconciliation being put into action. To the Minister of Health, could you share a progress update on this much-needed surgical facility?
Good question. The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. This is indeed really exciting news. The new surgical facility in Enoch Cree Nation will provide essential services and help us alleviate some of the surgical wait times that we have in Alberta. I'm excited to share that the surgical facility is currently under construction and is expected to be complete before the end of 2025. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted for the partnership with the Enoch Cree Nation and the increased surgical capacity that this new facility will bring to our province and for all Albertans. It's just wonderful to be able to work with them, and they've been great health partners, and we're looking forward to the completion.
The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Minister. Given that orthopedic wait times are one of the major issues my constituents want our government to address, and given that this will be facility specializing in providing orthopedic operations efficiently, can the Minister of Health explain to this House how this facility, when completed, will reduce wait times and get more Albertans the surgery they need when they need it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the member. Once the new surgical facility is in service, it will effectively provide more than 3,000 orthopedic surgeries annually, including more than 1,000 hip, knee, and shoulder replacement surgeries. So, Mr. Speaker, our government is working to significantly increase surgeries at underutilized hospitals, particularly in rural areas, and at chartered surgical facilities contracted with Alberta Health Services to provide publicly funded surgeries. Through these initiatives and with the grand opening of this new facility, Albertans can have greater access to care that they need much, much sooner.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you to the Minister, given that timely access to surgeries improves outcomes and reduces strain on our healthcare system, and given our government's commitment to addressing these backlogs with required steps beyond the construction of this new facility, could the Minister of Health tell this House what other initiatives are underway to address healthcare wait times in our province?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what we can say is that through Budget 2024, we're investing $305 million in the Alberta Surgical Initiative to support 310,000 surgeries in the 24-25 fiscal year. That's more than we've ever done, even pre-pandemic. And additionally, we've got $313 million over 3 years, which will go towards renovating and adding operating rooms in areas and centres across the province. Again, we've also added over 6,000 orthopedic surgeries annually in our chartered surgical facilities, both in Calgary and Edmonton, and we've got so much more that we are going to be happy to announce soon.
The Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Mountain goat, cougar, grizzly bear, wolverine, fisher, lynx, and river otter. Sounds like a list of iconic wildlife that Albertans love. But it's actually a list of animals featured in the 2024 hunting regulations with increased tag limits or even no limits. Sustainable hunting regulations are based on data that defines how many individuals can be removed from a population without impacting it. But the aforementioned hunting increases actually go against the current science. If the Minister of Forestry and Parks isn't listening to science or experts to inform wildlife management and hunting limits, who is he listening to?
The Honourable the Minister of Forestry and Parks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the question. Of course, we have many professionals within the government, biologists that have great educations that are specialized in making these decisions and coming up with these this data that we base our decisions on moving forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's kind of amusing, I guess, that the honourable member would suggest that the people that we have working in government, the biologists, the educated people, are not doing their job. And again, we're doing the management that needs to be done in this province, and we're doing it in a responsible way.
The Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Well, given that the new Alberta Nature Strategy is meant to recognize and communicate the importance of biodiversity and respond to a global biodiversity crisis, given that this inherently entails recovering species at risk like wolverines, fisher, and grizzly bears, given that reducing human-caused mortality is foundational to recovering any species at risk, given that the Minister of Environment and Protected Areas is charged with protecting species at risk, how can the Minister sign off on increased hunting of these threatened species and protect biodiversity at the same time?
The Honourable the Minister of Environment and Protected Areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to speak to the great work that our department has been doing alongside the Department of Forestry and Parks to make sure that we get this right. It's why, Mr. Speaker, both our staff and the Minister were there when we hosted our in-person engagement for the Nature Strategy. It was the first time many of those folks had said that they had all been in the same room together having these very important conversations. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to base our decisions on data, facts, and of course the recommendations of those who work in our department, but alongside those in the communities that we are elected to serve.
Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Well, given that Alberta's existing recovery plans for many species at risk are rarely funded, implemented, or monitored, given that the UCP's book on wildlife management has 3 chapters. 1, got an issue with Alberta wildlife? Shoot it. 2, want a species mounted on your wall? Do it. Don't believe in science? Us neither. Given that we have one minister waging a war on wildlife and another minister too preoccupied with the war on the feds to actually protect the environment, given that forestry and parks isn't protecting species at risk and environment and protected areas isn't either, who is?
Yeah. The Honourable the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, what that member is putting forward is completely absurd. Budget 2024 allocated $6.4 million to support species at risk programs and activities. That includes, Mr. Speaker, critical funding to continue implementing recovery plans for native trout, woodland caribou, bats, peregrine falcons, and other species at risk. Mr. Speaker, $34.5 million is allocated for caribou recovery as well in 24-25. Since 2019, we've seen $15 million in funding and in-kind support to recover native trout, $2.6 million in helping recover the greater sage-grouse. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work with Forestry and Parks on this.
The Honourable Member for Cypress, Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Municipalities play an important role in shaping Alberta's communities and contributing to a stronger province. As a resident of Medicine Hat and as an MLA for the region, I've been meeting with many constituents following the city's formal request for a municipal inspection. Residents are seeking clarity about next steps in this important process. To the Minister of Municipal Affairs, could you provide an update on the status of Medicine Hat's request for a municipal inspection and outline what our community can expect in this process?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the best question I've had so far this session. Mr. Speaker, the City of Medicine Hat did write to me in mid-September to formally request an inspection, and I have agreed to their request. As with municipal inspections, all of them, we're contracting an independent, credible municipal governance expert to conduct the inspection. And Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful that the inspector's report will be available to the city and its residents by either late spring or early summer of 2025.
The Honourable Member for Cypress, Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister, you're welcome. Given that Medicine Hat residents, through their City Council, have taken significant steps to requesting a municipal inspection, and further given that municipal governance maintains public confidence and community cohesion during a very crucial time, can the Minister share what specific resources and supports are available for our community to rebuild trust and maintain effective municipal governance through this process?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs has the call.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The member's right. Confidence is an important aspect of our democratic process, and on this side of the House, we are committed to strengthening trust in public trust in municipalities. I've heard the concerns raised by the Mayor and Council. I've also heard the concerns raised by several citizens that have written to my office with genuine interest. Again, I expect the final report will help us get to the bottom of the inspections, and if there's any recommendations that become needed as a result of the report, we'll bring them forward, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to that day.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that Medicine Hat residents are eager to see this matter addressed in a transparent and effective manner, and further given that there should be due diligence taken to ensure all matters are carefully considered pertaining to the Mayor, Council, and Administration, can the Minister please inform the House about the typical timeline for reviewing and conducting municipal inspections, and when our community can expect to receive updates about the status of our request?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, again, the member is still correct. It is critically important that there's due diligence in the inspection. The timeline is not exact because we have an independent party doing it, but again, we hope late spring, early summer, we'll have something to say. And like all municipal inspections, Mr. Speaker, the report will be made available to the public. So, Albertans expect their local governments to be transparent and accountable. The inspection we are conducting in Medicine Hat is just one example of many of how we're doing that. And Mr. Speaker, we certainly hope that it will be helpful for the future governance of Medicine Hat.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Falconridge has a question to ask.
Mr. Speaker, when this government imposed its job-killing renewables ban, they claimed it was because RMA had demanded it. That wasn't true. They claimed that the utilities regulator demanded it. That also was not true. In fact, this government actually pressured the regulator into supporting this ban. Now this government is fighting to hide the results for the survey they did on renewable energy. Albertans have a right to see the results, to see the data. Why is the minister trying to hide it from them?
The Honourable the Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the opposition's got all these facts wrong. We are working on the best information that we have, working with all of our stakeholders, working with our regulators to make sure that we have a balanced approach, an agricultural first approach to make sure that we use our land most appropriately to make sure we keep future food prices down and affordable, and to make sure that we have reliable, dependable electricity that's affordable no matter where they live, work, or whatever they're using it for. We're working here on behalf of Albertans, and we're doing that job that the NDP failed to do.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Falconridge.
Given that this government has a long track record of hiding data from Albertans, like the results of the pension survey they refused to release, and given that this government is refusing to actually reveal what Albertans have been telling them, and given that there have been thousands of jobs lost and billions in investment chased away because of this ban. Given that the UCP could for once be upfront with Albertans by releasing this data and actually listen to Albertans, will the minister do so? And if not, then why not?
Well, the Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, we actually have approved more renewables projects this year than we did last year or the year before that. What's the difference is we're doing it in a responsible way that takes an agricultural first approach, making sure that we incorporate it with all the uses of the land. We are providing reliable, affordable electricity for Albertans no matter where they live. We're doing so in a transparent and open way. We have shared all the data with all Albertans that we have. We will continue to do so as we reform the system, handling and fixing the problems left behind by the NDP.
Honourable Member for Calgary Falconridge.
Mr. Speaker, given that the government repeatedly claims to prioritize consultation with stakeholders, but given that it is clear that this government is hiding a survey that likely shows Albertans do not support the Premier's desire to chase away renewable energy jobs and investment, and given that the Minister shouldn't get to pick and choose what information Albertans get to see, especially on decisions that could cost Albertans billions, will the Minister just agree that Albertans deserve an open and honest government, stop the games, and release the data?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we do have an open and honest government, which is why we're sharing that information with all Albertans. We make sure that they know what they need to know to be able to make the best decisions. We are working to make our system better, more reliable. We are fixing the messes left behind by the NDP. We are restructuring our electricity market. We are renewing our transmission policy. We are here working hard to fix all the problems in our electricity system left behind by the NDP, and we as taxpayers are still paying $100 million a year because of the mess that they made with this file. We won't be taking any advice from them.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Varsity has a question to ask.
Mr. Speaker, given that cancer wait times are so long that patients are dying before their first consult, and that Alberta has a deficit of 83 oncologists and cannot keep up with workforce losses, it is shocking that the Minister has not considered alternative strategies to provide care. Team-based care allows health professionals to work to their full scope of practice and allows more patients to be seen. Why has the Minister not funded AHS to build the teams that support oncologists? These teams allow oncologists to manage more patients, spend the money on teams to provide critically needed.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say that we are aggressively pursuing a solution to making sure that every person who's diagnosed with cancer, that they have their surgeries or treatments within clinically approved timeframes. In fact, Mr. Speaker, between September 1st of 2023 and August 31st of 2024, AHS successfully hired 10.9 full-time oncologists and 5.11 hospitalists to do just what you were talking about, working together to solve real issues in cancer care.
Honourable Member for Calgary Varsity.
Given that there is already a province-wide shortage of radiation therapists and the deficit is growing, Alberta needs to immediately fund more training spots and focus on retention. And given that the deficit is most severe in rural areas and that budget cuts to advanced education have reduced the opportunity to train technologists in centres such as Fort McMurray that serve large rural populations, and given that where you train is where you stay, will the Minister provide the funding needed for clinical educators and outreach to educators?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have had extensive conversations with Fort McMurray and other rural centres across the province about funding additional seats for X-ray technicians and other professions as well. That work is ongoing, and we know that there are labour shortages in many different professions, and we rely on the Alberta Occupational Outlook report as well as conversations with our stakeholders. So again, this work is ongoing. Budget 2025 is around the corner, and we are going to make sure that we tackle these labour shortages.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Varsity.
Given that advanced practice radiotherapists can take on many of the roles now performed by radiation oncologists, and given that there is support for this shift in responsibility from radiation oncologists, why is the plan to move in this direction not in place in Alberta? Will the Minister fund the education programs, the radiotherapy positions, and make the changes to the required scope of practice to make this a reality so more patients will get care?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, we spent a lot of time talking to the faculties of medicine, both at U of A and U of C, to understand where the needs are and where we need to invest. And so when we talk about additional seats and meeting that labour market demand, it is based on data from them and based on data from our other stakeholders. Again, we will continue this dialogue. We will continue to talk to the Minister of Health to make sure that those gaps are met.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Lougheed has a question to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 30th, Justice Feasby of the Court of King's Bench certified the class action against the province of Alberta on behalf of businesses affected by the public health orders that were deemed illegal by the court in last year's Ingram decision. To the Minister of Justice, will the province recognize the harms caused by the public health orders and provide redress for the small businesses that were harmed by those orders?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for his zealous advocacy for civil liberties in this province. I can tell you that the Ingram decision showed us that it was clear that Alberta needed to make changes, and that's exactly what we did as government. We made changes to the Public Health Act, and we recognized that accountability and transparency was necessary. That's exactly why we changed the Public Health Act such that elected officials, government, make decisions and not bureaucrats in this province.
Yes, fine. The Honourable Member for Calgary Lougheed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for his answer. Given that many small businesses in Alberta are restaurants, and that a report from Restaurants Canada earlier this year found that 62% of these businesses are currently losing money or barely breaking even, up 9% from the previous year, and further given that restaurant bankruptcies increased by 44% last year, can the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade please explain how this critical industry is being supported by the Government of Alberta?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The restaurant industry plays a vital role in Alberta's economy by providing thousands of jobs and driving local economic growth. We understand the challenges that restaurants have been facing, especially in light of record inflation and interest rate increases as exacerbated by poor federal policy. Since August of 2023, Alberta restaurant sales have increased by 5%, reaching $1 billion. This shows strong demand and signs of recovery for the industry. However, we know more is needed to support them. By leading the country in job growth, weekly earnings, and population growth, and by keeping taxes low with no sales tax, we are creating the conditions for restaurants and their customers, Albertans, to succeed.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that small businesses are the backbone of Alberta's economy, and given that over 160,000 operate in our province alone, accounting for 95% of all businesses and employing over 500,000 Albertans, can the same minister please elaborate on some of the ways that this United Conservative government will continue to ensure that Alberta remains the best place in the world to live, work, and start a business?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is correct. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, employing nearly 35% of our private sector workforce. Alberta's government has established itself as the most business-friendly jurisdiction with some of the lowest taxes, both corporate and small business, in North America. Additionally, Albertans benefit from no provincial sales tax, no payroll tax, creating an environment where entrepreneurs can thrive. We also offer practical supports like BizConnect, BusinessLink, and Futurepreneur. Through these programs, we are empowering Alberta's small businesses to grow and succeed, and we have a Parliamentary Secretary of Small Business, the member from Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, who's consulting on how we can support them further.
Honourable Members, I beg for your attention prior to concluding oral question period today. I know that all members have read the memo that is sent from the Speaker prior to each session, but perhaps today would be a good opportunity to remind members of page 9, section 21, under electronic devices in the chamber. Except as listed below, the use of members' computer, tablet, Surface, iPad, laptop, etc., or members' smartphone, data only, is permitted in the chamber anytime during the morning, afternoon, or evening sittings, except during oral question period. On ceremonial occasions, throne speech, budget, royal assent, and when the Lieutenant Governor is in the Assembly. Honourable members, I know no one would want to be disrespectful to this storied chamber, and everyone always wants to follow the rules, except I did notice at least 8 to 10 of you not doing that today. I encourage you to follow the rules of the chamber, and I hope to not have to point anyone individual out. Honourable members, this concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will continue with the remainder of the daily routine. For West Yellowhead has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, it's such an honour to be able to rise and speak in this assembly. But Mr. Speaker, some of the conversations that happen here sometimes make me shake my head. In particular, lately I find it difficult to understand how the NDP can feign concern about affordability for Albertans. You see, Mr. Speaker, while the NDP tries to hide from it, the fact is that it was their government's disastrous policies as they tried to win the favour of Justin Trudeau that drove up the cost of everything. Some would argue that Trudeau and the NDP alike are simply inept. Others would suggest that their governance is actually calculated, intended to rake in revenue off the backs of taxpayers, making life so unaffordable they will render their lives to the control of government. I will admit, Mr. Speaker, that when I first heard the suggestion, I defended the NDP, and even the Prime Minister, telling folks that they simply didn't have a clue what they were doing. But after much consideration, I'm not sure anyone could possibly be that incapable. Mr. Speaker, when the NDP were in government, they made our power grid and electricity prices as volatile as the weather. They tore apart the most affordable and reliable electricity system in North America and made it the most expensive. They also created a carbon tax, a tax that would increase the price of every single thing that we eat, drink, see, hear, and feel, literally everything we need. The NDP made life harder for everyone, especially for low and middle income Albertans and the businesses that they rely on to put food on their tables. Mr. Speaker, NDP Trudeau policies have led to Albertans not only having to tighten their belts a little bit, but have legitimately created a lot of hardship for Alberta's youth, seniors, and families. Because the reality is, Mr. Speaker, we all need to eat, and we all need heat and electricity to survive, so there is no way to avoid the cost escalation they created. Couple these policies with their blatant attack on the energy sector, Alberta's and Canada's highest GDP contributor, and Liberal NDP spending that skyrocketed debt for our province and nation, hurtling us on a trajectory towards bankruptcy. Perhaps folks are right. The NDP and Trudeau aren't as clueless as they appear, but rather we're setting us up on a path of modern-day communist dictatorship.
The honourable member for Calgary-Acadia has a statement.
We first met in 2018. You were my hot tamale, always stirring up trouble and keeping me on my toes. We parted ways knowing that you would continue to thrive and grow under the care of my colleagues and, of course, your amazing family. Years flew by and we connected once more. This time, we unknowingly posed for a picture at camp, next to each other. This picture was then shared and came to the notice of your mum. What an absolute joy to reconnect once more. To see my page in your NICU journal, diligently scripted by your mum. A picture of me holding you close while you stare at the ceiling and breathe through your nasal prongs. And then just last week, how delightful it was running into your dad at a luncheon event. How cool is that? But you know what is not cool? The state and the environment of our hospitals, the undervaluing and under-resourcing of our healthcare professionals, and the reality that my hot tamale would not receive the same care now in 2024 than they did in 2018. When it comes to healthcare, this UCP government has failed to build on what once was a world-renowned healthcare system. Instead, they create silos where there once was connection and have layered their friends into management positions while showing anyone who disagrees the door. RSV creates significant burden of a disease, which most Canadian provinces recognize and have implemented free access for their vulnerable. Here in Alberta, this vaccine is also provided for free to a select few. Not all seniors, not all newborns, and not all infants. And the science continues to gift us more effective treatments to keep our newborns safe from RSV. But it's not available in Alberta. Per the Alberta government, the manufacturer is to blame. Sounds weirdly similar to the government forgetting to order a flu vaccine earlier this year. It's almost as if this government does not understand how airborne illnesses work. And that's really shameful.
Yes. Here. Presenting reports by standing in special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions. Introduction of bills. Tabling returns and reports.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint and Parkland.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure as the Chair of the Standing Committee and Legislative Offices to table the following reports from the Office of the Auditor General. Number 1, Audit 2023 Consolidation Financial Statements of the Province of Alberta, Annual Summary of the Ministry of Audit Work. Number 2, Highway Maintenance Contracts. Number 3, Process to assess and manage the condition of the affordable housing. Number 4, Travel, meal, hospitality expenses of the Premier, Ministers and their staff. Number 5, an analysis of the annual performance reporting to schools and authorities. Number 6, reporting performance results to the Albertans Assessment Implementation. Number 7, Victims of Crime and the Public Safety Fund System to Manage Sustainability. Assess results and assessment implementation, and all the copies are in order, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've raised to table 5 copies of a letter from Dr. Cameron Barr, an inner-city physician who's calling on the minister to address the lack of supportive and affordable housing and to increase Asian income support, and I would urge all members of the House to read this letter.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs, followed by Calgary Edgemont.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I got 5 copies of a social media post from CNIB on a discussion we had about Bill 20 and thanking me for my interest and commitment to work with them.
For Calgary Edgemont.
I rise to table 2 letters from constituents. One is 5 copies from Dalhousie Lisa Turner, who expresses her deep concern regarding the proposed anti-trans legislation. She values equality and human rights and access to gender-affirming health care to protect from discrimination and improve mental health. Please create a supportive environment where individuals can thrive and strengthen the basic part of society.
I might just remind the member the purpose of tabling it is so that all members, I believe you, it could be super long. I think you have some good examples. Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood is an expert tabler. The Honourable Member for Calgary Edgemont for the second tabling.
For Kristen Bauer, just sharing that her child has left the province this year partly because of her fear of the policies, of the trans policies that will restrict their rights, and she doesn't feel welcomed and she feels threatened. So how are we going to recruit top talent in the future?
If I can help, the third sentence was probably the conclusion of the tabling. I encourage you to govern yourself accordingly. The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table the 5 requisite copies on an article from the Calgary Herald on violent crime with illegal guns are the problem. Please enjoy the read.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, followed by Edmonton McClung.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 tablings, 2 letters, one from Barb Dupree, one from Aaron Pickard, both urging me to oppose the 3 anti-trans pieces of legislation and to stand up for constituents.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with the requisite 5 copies to table of an article appearing in today's Edmonton Journal titled "Not Securing Loads on Back of Vehicles Can Be Deadly," something which should be self-evident to all Albertans, but it seems to be bearing to be repeated, following a woman's death after a chair fell from a moving truck.
There are other tablings. The official opposition leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 tablings. The first is a letter provided to me by Richard with his opposition to the anti-trans policies. He provided numerous sources and resources. The second tabling is from my constituent Valicia, again concerned about the anti-trans legislation, very short and sweet and to the point. One, Mr. Speaker, about the doctor-family-patient relationship. Finally, thirdly, Kelly, a constituent of mine, has written a letter in opposition to the anti-trans pieces of legislation, stating that gender-affirming care saves lives. Thank you.
Are there others? Seeing none.
Tablings to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following document was deposited with the Office of the Clerk on behalf of Honourable Mr. Nally, Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction, pursuant to the Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Act, Alberta Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Commission 2023-24 Annual Report.
Honourable members, there was no points of order, and that brings us to orders of the day, orders du jour.
Written questions, written question 6, debate adjourned.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to join in the debate for written question number 6? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Riverview has risen. The challenge for the honourable member is that the honourable member for Calgary Varsity moved written question number 6 on your behalf, which deems you as to have spoken. Are there others? The honourable member for Calgary Curry has risen.
Better get ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to rise and speak to written question number 6 in regards to, I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. In regards to written question number 6 on the very important issue of continuing care. Now, the question in particular pertains to the number of minimum care hours that the continuing care regulations now contain. The initial legislation, before it was rescinded in April 2024, required 1.90 care hours per day per resident. Now that is just care hours, nurses, HCAs. It is not in addition to life enrichment services and some of the other kind of day-to-day services that are delivered to residents within a continuing care facility. But it really does beg the question right off the top why the government chose to remove any kind of minimum allocation when it came to the number of care hours. Because one would expect and one would certainly hope that there is a level of objectivity when it comes, a quantifiable objectivity when it comes to the kind of care and service that is provided to our loved ones who live in these spaces. Where is it? Sorry. There we go. Okay. And so 1.90 was what was in the original regulations. Those have now been removed. The minister has alluded to a recommended minimum of 3.62 hours. But again, why that isn't actually included in the regulations is a bit concerning for me, Madam Speaker, particularly because that needs to be a quantifiable, explicit, identifiable regulation that we can all point to, again, as loved ones on behalf of our residents to say, is this minimum standard in fact being met? It's incredibly important that we have that number as a shared measurement across the entire system. Now let's speak a little bit to this new Continuing Care Act and to the continuing care regulations, if we may. Now before Constip break on one of the other Mondays, we had a bit of a back and forth between our side of the House and the other around exactly where people can find information related to accommodation standards and different inspections that are being completed across the province. I want to reiterate and put that website into Hansard one more time for people who may not have been watching earlier, but I think it's a really, really important one, and I struggled to find it. So I want to put it in the Hansard one more time. http:// standards and licensing at .alberta.ca. And the reason I repeat that, Madam Speaker, is because providing that information is in fact required of the government in the new regulations. In Section 78 of the Continuing Care Regulations, there is a very fulsome description of the kind of information that Albertans can now expect to receive from this government around the operations of continuing care facilities across the province. And it's incredibly important that people know where they can access that information. And so, as I mentioned, it was not an easy one for me to find, and so I want to put it in the record one more time for folks so that they can then better access that information. Now, of course, a bit of a frustrating piece that perhaps the minister can take away and mention to the department is that when you use that web page, you can only search distinct facilities, and then you have to open them up one by one to see when was the latest inspection, was there any decisions that were made that needed to be rectified, are they compliant, are they non-compliant, what are some of the actions that are being taken. What would be really terrific, I think, for all Albertans, and certainly for both of us on both sides of these chambers, Madam Speaker,
is to have a comprehensive list so that we could in fact have a pretty, a more general kind of systems-wide overview of what's actually happening. And so then if we can identify themes, if we can identify some trends, are there some consistent inspection issues that are not being met? Well, then we can see that across the system this is something that actually needs to be addressed. But currently that capacity is not within the system, and I would hope that perhaps that could be taken away and improved upon for further transparency and accountability. Now, I am the Shadow Minister for Mental Health and Addiction, Madam Speaker. I think it is incredibly important to emphasize that continuing care is not just for seniors. It is for adults over the age of 8, it is for Albertans over the age of 18 who are facing impediments to independent living. And it is not just palliative, it is not just end-of-life care, it is not just for seniors. It is 18 all the way up. And it is incredibly important that with this new change to continuing care, I think language is important. We can all agree in these chambers that language is incredibly important. And the move away from long-term care to continuing care, I think should demonstrate that it is an all-encompassing piece of regulation and standard and legislation. It is not just about seniors. But as a result, I think that does speak to a kind of growing complexity, or maybe an existing complexity that we're now better equipped to understand and to standardize, that it's not just seniors or kind of geriatric care that needs to be provided in some of these spaces. It is complex mental health care. It is people with a whole range of disabilities from mild to moderate to extreme, and all the way up to seniors who of course have a whole range of needs in addition to both mental and physical and emotional and social needs. And that growing complexity, I think, is incredibly important. To go back to this written question number 6 around continuing care hours, that when we are asking how many facilities in the last year were not meeting that 1.90 hours per day of care hours, why not? What was jeopardized by those organizations when they weren't able to provide the 1.90 hours? And is that one number truly reflective of the kind of complexity of facility and the kind of complexity of resident who's living in these facilities? What I would certainly hope for in that case is that let's err on the side of caution. Let's bring up that number, let's make it clear, let's make it explicit and available to Albertans so that they know what they can expect for their loved ones in these facilities. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the complexity in continuing care, Madam Speaker. I've had the privilege of working with a number of family advocates, family council members from Care West Colonel Belcher, who have expressed great concern around the co-location of complex mental health patients of all ages with seniors. Particularly veteran seniors who themselves are oftentimes dealing with mental health issues around PTSD associated with their service. And these incredibly hardworking servicemen and women deserve some peace and some tranquility and some care and some adequate service in their final years and into their retirement. Now, the initial response when this story broke in May of this year was that this had become a practice only during COVID to provide some relief to the system. But when I was at the conference for Alberta Continuing Care Association, I was informed this has been happening for years, this co-locating of complex mental health patients with seniors. And people really, operators, service providers, healthcare providers, particularly emphasized that residents with complex mental health issues commingled in particular with seniors who have dementia or Alzheimer's is not a good combination. It doesn't often work out terribly well, and it ends up not serving anybody. And I would say that it also doesn't end up serving the staff who are tasked to care for those residents to the very best of their abilities and to the full scope of their practice. One operator at the Continuing Care Conference shared a story of an 18-year-old girl with complex mental health issues being housed with 90-year-old lovely people, I'm sure, with dementia and mental health issues and Alzheimer's, but it was not creating the kind of environment for this person to thrive and to be successful given her condition and given her placement. That was not the right arrangement to provide. And I just think once more, if we are not being explicit about the minimum number of care hours, how are we actually ensuring with that kind of complexity that we're meeting the needs?
Are there other members to join the debate? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And I'm happy to get up and speak on this particular topic. The Government of Alberta is committed to ensuring Albertans get the care and support they need in continuing care. And the Nursing Homes General Regulation is no longer in effect in Alberta, as it has been replaced by the Continuing Care Act and its regulations effective of April 1st, 2024. And I just wanted to share with the members opposite, because they continue to say it's not easy to find this information. I did a quick Google search and found the information that I needed, and I wanted to share with you, because under the continuing care mandatory reporting, and I keep hearing from members opposite that there isn't, a way to access this information, that it's questionable as to whether people have to report issues. And in fact, it's right here in black and white. Continuing care operators, in supportive living accommodation operators, and home and community care providers in Alberta must report specific events, incidences, and changes to the Alberta government. There are two main reporting mechanisms: the duty to notify and the duty and the notice to the director. The requirements for both are established in the Continuing Care Act and regulations, and additional expectations are outlined in the Provincial Accommodation Standards and the Continuing Care Health Service Standards. And it goes on to specify how you go about doing that. There's links on how to connect to those areas. There's discussion guides, submission forms, etc. And it just goes on as to how that can be done. All to say that there is a very clear mechanism for reporting issues and also with dealing with issues. Therefore, it was the reason we rejected the premise of the question, because the information is there. The members opposite had 4 years to improve the Continuing Care Act and many of the other acts that previously existed. It's the reason we streamlined the whole system. They failed to do so. And so they could have modernized the legislation. It was decades old. But they didn't, and we chose to. So the Continuing Care Act, as was said, did come into effect on April 1st of 2024, and it is updated and it's streamlined. It really replaces a number of old acts that needed to be updated. So the new regulations balance the need for flexibility to meet a wide range of resident needs with clear requirements, and I say clear requirements, to ensure quality care and safety. As I've indicated and read from the website, there is a duty to report if that doesn't happen. The new regulations no longer formally state the minimum number of hours of care in continuing care homes, but continuing care home operators in Alberta are funded to provide an average of 3.62 worked hours per day per resident. So this is significantly higher than the 1.9 hours previously mandated in the nursing homes operations regulation. Now, contracts and funding agreements with continuing care home operators in Alberta specify the staffing mix, and the hours of care must be based on the needs of the residents at that site. So it is, again, very site-specific. For example, the differences between continuing care homes, including the physical size, the number of residents, and residents' care needs, result in differences in the numbers of clinical staff needed to care for those residents, and the hours of care that each resident and home need to ensure quality care. Again, we are indicating that every resident is entitled to 3.62 worked care hours per resident per day. Again, much more than the 1.9 hours previously indicated. So, and if the care needs of a resident living in a continuing care home are higher than average, then the operator is funded for more than the average care hours. So the 3.62 is the average, and We actually fund for more than that if it's actually necessary for those individuals. So contracts are regularly monitored, pardon me, care hours are regularly audited to ensure that operators are delivering the care needed by those residents. So we do have that accountability measure in place. Accountability is paramount, and it will always be paramount. So this approach is not this approach to not include minimum staffing hour requirements in legislation actually aligns, Madam Speaker, to British Columbia, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. So yes, other provinces are doing exactly what we're doing, making sure that we have the flexibility in the system to deal with the issues, but again, making sure that we are funding for the appropriate level of care for those individuals. Ontario is the only Canadian jurisdiction that mandates minimum hours of care for long-term care in legislation. So unlike Ontario, but like every other province, we are following very good guidelines in terms of making sure that we are providing care for individuals in this province. Budgets 2023 and 2024 included funding to incrementally increase direct hours of care in continuing care homes in response to recommendations from the 2021 facility-based continuing care review and to reflect the increases in resident needs. And so, Madam Speaker, you'll remember that our government was engaged in extensive, and I mean extensive, information gathering from continuing care providers and everyone involved in the continuing care world, and that resulted in what ended up being a very good report that led to the Continuing Care Act and the reforms that we put in place. So in addition to the regulations that maintain minimum staff presence and role requirements that apply in continuing care home settings, there are other requirements, both current and after the new Act is in effect, that ensure operator accountability, quality care, and safety. And as I said earlier, I read right from the website as to how there is a duty to report if there is any issues. So this includes Alberta health audits for compliance in continuing care health facility standards, mandatory accreditation with an accrediting body, such as the Commission on Accreditation of Rehabilitative Facilities and Accreditation Canada. So again, we've got audits in place. They have to comply to the continuing health service standards, mandatory accreditation with an accrediting body, etc. So lots of checks and balances in place. We don't want to create red tape for these continuing care organizations, but we have to have that accountability to make sure that our loved ones, these are the people that have built this great province. These are, our most vulnerable, our seniors, ones who have given so much to us. They're our parents, they're our grandparents. They are people who have dedicated their lives to making our lives that much better, and so they deserve to be well looked after. And as the members opposite also have indicated, this also includes individuals with disabilities. As a former rehab practitioner that worked with individuals with disabilities, developmental disabilities, we have to make sure that they are put into or have ability to go into very caring, safe environments. That's what every parent wants for their child that has a disability that requires that level of care. You want to make sure that they are in a facility that is taking into account their needs and not putting them in a vulnerable position. It also includes, through these mandatory audits, we also have the ability to include the collection and monitoring of information on the hours of care provided at all continuing care homes, as well as resident assessments and agreements with operators, outlining contractual accountabilities, reporting requirements, and funding. It's the reason we're investing over $1 billion over 3 years to transform our continuing care system. Our government wants to make sure that every senior and everyone with a disability receives the care that they need in a safe and nurturing environment. Madam Speaker, there is great need for us to ensure that our most vulnerable have the care that they require and it is the reason why we're investing so heavily. It's the reason why we took on the very hard and difficult work of making sure that our continuing care legislation was updated. Making sure that we're funding the proper level of care, that we went from 1.9 hours to 3.62 hours as a minimum. But of course, if there's more hours that are required, they will absolutely be given to those individuals. And it is the reason why we want to make sure that our loved ones, regardless of what level of care they need, even if, whether they're in home care, whether they're, of course, we're always making sure that we provide what we can to our seniors and our loved ones. If we can keep them in their homes, I know many of them would like to stay in their home as long as possible. But when they can't stay in their home, we have to make sure that our continuing care facilities do provide excellent care.
Any other members who are wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Calgary, Bular-McCall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was listening to Minister quite carefully, and I heard everything but the answer to the question that member has asked. And for benefit of Minister and everybody in this House, I will read the question again, that it's asking about how many operators were investigated during the period from January 1, 2023 to December 31st, 2023 for failing to provide the minimum average hours of nursing and personal service required under Section 14 of the Nursing Home Operation Regulation. So that's the question member has asked. That's what we are looking in terms of answer. And I did look up the website that Minister referred to. Yes, it has a duty to notify. It has a duty to send notice to the director, all those things. But question is not about that. Question is even not about what the state of affair is right now. But question is under a previous regulation that is now spent as of April 1st, 2024. And the Section 14 of that regulation, Section 14 sub 5, says, and I quote, an operator shall cause his nursing and personal services staff to provide an average of at least 1.9 paid hours of combined nursing and personal services per resident per day in his nursing home, and at least 22% of those hours shall be provided by a nursing staff and personal service combined under that regulation. So that regulation, I understand, has now been spent as of April 1st, 2024. But the question is, when that regulation was in place, there was a duty as well to provide 1.9 hours of care, combined nursing and personal. So the question is about that how many continuing care operators were investigated for failing to provide that care. It's just about basic accountability. We do understand that continuing care facilities are an important part of our system of care. They do provide critical services to highly complex Albertans, their unpredictable medical needs, and their continuing kind of healthcare needs within that facility. So that's the reason that there were some regulation in place, there were some standards in place. We're not talking about what the new standards are. We are talking about when those standards were in place, were there any operators that failed to meet those standards? That's a question about simple accountability. And government is referring to us about a website that talks about what should happen. It doesn't provide data. It doesn't tell me how many operators were investigated. It doesn't tell me how many times those operators failed to provide that care that they were required to by law and paid for by public to provide to those in their care. That's the data we are looking for. And Minister just glanced over a website that doesn't talk about those investigation data, and she talked about what's in place now, how they have repealed that, what they have replaced it with, all those things. They may relate to continuing care, but none of that was about the question that was asked. And I know that members from Riverview have asked those questions during question period many times. And we didn't get the answer because government refuses to be accountable. And that's the reason members have submitted that in writing so that they can take their time, look into this and provide us and Albertans with the data, with the information that was requested of them. And we do know and we hear from our constituents, as I said, that continuing care plays a very important role. But we do hear concerns about where those standards are not met. And Albertans have right to know that when those standards are not met, what their government is doing to make sure that people who are receiving those services, who are in the care of those operators, are heard, their grievances are heard, that failure to meet that standard is investigated, and there is some action taken by the government to make sure that going forward, those operators meet those standards and provide the needed and necessary care that they are paid for to those who are in their care. And this question is important because in last few years, in particular, under the UCP watch, we have seen a steady decline in standard of care, whether it's Alberta Health, any area of health care, whether it's a senior care, whether it's mental health and addiction, whether it's cancer care. What we have seen under this government, that healthcare and standard of healthcare is falling. It's good to have some duty in the legislation, but if government is not serious about following through, implementing that duty on paper doesn't mean anything. And take any example. Government will get up and they will come up with some random numbers that we have cut this much red tape. That has saved Albertan this many millions and this many billions. But what's happening there is that in the name of red tape reduction, in the name of finding efficiencies, government is cutting the standards that were in place, thus lowering the standard of care that Albertans were receiving prior to this UCP taking over. And that has been the case throughout the government services. Take any service, any program that this government has been providing. That's what they have been doing in the name of cutting red tape and finding efficiencies. And we do know that there were instances where continuing care operators failed to meet these standards. We do hear from Albertans throughout this province. Our Shadow Minister for Seniors, she has heard those concerns. Many of my colleagues have heard those concerns. And that was the reason that we are asking, so that we can see if the government has done anything to hold those operators accountable, if the government has used its power and responsibility to investigate those operators and make sure that Albertans in those continuing care facilities are getting the service that they need. And as taxpayers, Albertans are paying for that service. So we have every right to ask how our money is being spent. And when we pay for some service, if Albertans are not getting that service, their government, a responsible government, must step up and investigate why that's the case and put safeguards in place to make sure that whatever we contract for, we are getting the value, and people who send their loved ones to continuing care facilities are able to rely on government standards, are able to rely on assurances that certain standards will be met and they will receive the service that they are promised to receive. And that's why this question is important. And with that, I will cede my time to other colleagues. Thank you.
Other members to join the debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm pleased to rise today to again highlight what the question actually is, which is how many members or how many operators were investigated during the period from January 2023 to December 2023 for failing to provide the minimum average hours of nursing and personal services required under Section 14 of the Nursing Homes Operation Regulation. And so what I want to highlight here too is that we all know that the Alberta senior population is one of the fastest growing populations, and that continuing care is critical, a critical component of how we care for our elders. We've heard a lot of talk from the other side about how much we cherish our elder population, how older Albertans have built this province. I also heard a lot of numbers about how we're funding more than ever. My question is, how much of that has to do with population growth if this is one of the largest, one of the fastest growing populations? One of the things in the years that I've worked in constituency offices, in my time with a sister who actually worked in continuing care and witnessed firsthand just how lacking we were in the care that we provide to our seniors. And then in also the backdrop of COVID, I think that actually brought into stark relief just how many gaps we have and who pays the price for that. And that's vulnerable seniors, as the member from Calgary-Curry mentioned earlier. It's also folks with other conditions that require continuing care. And so when we're talking about not meeting minimum average hours of nursing, I just want to talk a little bit about what that means. So we're talking about minimum hours of nursing. So minimum hours of care provided to each senior. In this case, seniors, we're talking about minimum hours of care that are provided to them and what that actually means. So it's about quality of life. It's about hygiene, it's about mental health and connection. In some cases, it's about culturally appropriate care and some continuity in the care that seniors are receiving, familiarity that they have with their caregivers, which is so important at such a vulnerable stage in life, and when a lot of us are facing an affordability crisis. Families are busy, and the thing that I've been hearing from a lot of folks on the doors in the last week, in constituency week, was that concern for how their family members, their cherished family members, are being cared for. One woman who stands out for me, who stood with me in the cold to tell me a very harrowing story of her mother who eventually passed, and how her family members had to fill the gaps because she wasn't getting the care that she needed. How long her mother had to wait in a diaper to be seen. And that's what not meeting minimum hours of care looks like to a family member. And the physical realities and the toll that it takes on our seniors. I have two very, very precious family members who are getting on in age. And when I think about the possibility of them going into continuing care, it's frightening to me to hear the stories that I heard from this constituent who was in tears on her doorstep because of how much more her family had to do to take care of that parent, and that their needs still weren't met. in terms of nutrition, in terms of the social connection that she could get from staff members. A lot of those gaps had to actually be met by family members who were already struggling to work and to be able to provide for their own families and for their elder. So when we're talking about this question about answering how many operators we're investigating, I think it's important to think about what the state is right now. So what we had before was 1.9 hours as a minimum hours of care for families. And so this provided some assurance that Albertans in continuing care weren't being neglected. And in fact, experts, and I would say even by a report that was actually commissioned by this government, the recommendation was actually to increase the hours to 4.1, which is the standard. And rather than listen to the evidence that this government itself commissioned, they actually got rid of that standard altogether. And while I heard the member talking about funding and making sure that we're funding, and then in the same breath talking about removing that requirement, what we're doing is removing accountability. So we can fund until we're blue in the face, and we can react later when people haven't actually met the requirements. And so that is what this question is about. How many people failed to provide that minimum standard of care? And when I think about COVID and how many family members I spoke to just even in that time, and I know that those were unprecedented times, talking to family members who were absolutely devastated to see their family members and the physical state of their family members after not having received the care that they needed, and at that time, in some cases, not being able to help because of the health emergency that we were in. Now we've also seen basically a shift of the deck chairs from one ministry to another, and that's caused a lot of chaos. And it's also provided a lot of cover for lack of accountability. Again, that seems to be the overall theme. One of the things that happens when we don't have minimum hours of care and we have staff members that are run ragged, run off their feet, the staff turn over very quickly, and that's not their fault. Staff face moral injury when governments don't take accountability and don't provide those not only guidelines but the requirements of care. So they're left shorthanded and scrambling from patient to patient, and of course we're going to see the gaps in the service that those seniors receive. What we're also facing is, we know, population growth, such as we've never seen. And in terms of continuing care, we know that the need will increase by 62% by 2030. Are we prepared for that? Are we going to measure that? How are we going to measure that? One of those measures would be minimum hours of care, but of course, we've removed that as a measure altogether and as an accountable measure. We know that seniors are the largest growing demographic, and while I hear lots of talk about how much we want to care for our seniors, we also have seen a shift away from home care and barriers now that have been put up for folks to be able to do home care. It's something that is increasingly becoming an unaffordable option for most. The government closed applications without notice for home care providers, and it's increasingly something that could be left only for the elite. So also decreasing the opportunity for folks to age in care. So again, I would stress that while I've heard about 10 minutes of information with no answer to this question. And it's a pretty simple one, and we know that the numbers are there, that they can quote them back to us, that they know how many providers failed to provide that those minimum hours of care, and it's living in such a prosperous jurisdiction to think that we won't take accountability on that we won't provide at least that minimum level of assurance to families in how their families are being cared for is quite the question to ponder. But one, I think at least there is one question here, and that is a question that the Minister can answer, and I look forward to hearing her give us that concrete answer and to take some accountability. Thanks.
There are others. The Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I rise to agree to address the written question by the member from Riverview. Member's question is regarding the continuing care homes and operation regulation. This legislation governs the operation and management of continuing care homes across the province, ensuring safety, well-being, and quality and care for residents. And I think we've heard here, Madam Speaker, that both sides of the aisle are in violent agreement when it comes to caring for our seniors and wanting to make sure that their best interest is taken care of. We heard the Minister speak quite eloquently as well to this a little bit earlier, and for those at home, I'll give you a clip on that one so you can catch her words, because they're a lot better than mine are. Section 12, or 14, I should say, the regulation is referenced by the member's question opposite. It outlines the care requirements for operators in continuing care homes. And the current mandates for that, Madam Speaker, are at least one nurse on duty at all times, a designated charge nurse for each shift, a minimum of 2 nursing and personnel service staff members at any given time. So that's the current regulations without any changes. The questions that it had here, it has a few implications, and the member asks, how many operators were investigated in 2023? So it's with respect that I would submit that this question diverts from focus from the substantive discussion in the chamber. Answers are publicly available online and accessible to all. Information is readily available online at standardslicensing.alberta.ca. So again, standardslicensing.alberta.ca. Transparency remains a cornerstone of all of our commitments to Albertans here, Madam Speaker. What we could be doing instead of potentially debating this question and maybe spending some time on some other items would be to shift away from the specific investigations or one specific items and maybe take that time to discuss proactive measures to improve care and quality in these facilities. And what would some of those potential proactive items be? Well, how about enhancing resident care? How about ensuring facilities meet the highest standards? How about we foster some more accountability? How about we implement some best practices? How about in doing these things that, on the outcome, that we can serve better that vulnerable population? Now, recent notable events by the Minister here was the Ministry of Health expanded the division in Alberta Health responsible for investigating these concerns and reinforcing our dedication, again, to our residents' well-being. Our government's commitment to a high level of care, oversight, and accountability, Madam Speaker, our government takes non-compliance very seriously. Alberta Health monitors all facilities with outstanding issues, escalates enforcement when necessary. Mental, emotional, and physical health are integral to the resident experience. We could prioritize, and they are prioritizing holistic care approaches to ensure a positive, enjoyable experiences in those continuing care facilities. For these reasons, the Continuing Care Act exists in Alberta. It was implemented on April 1st, 2024. It emphasizes quality of life, dignity, and respect, supporting caregivers and staff and enabling Albertans to age in place as couples. Now, Madam Speaker, the last sitting of the Assembly, I was actually fortunate enough to work with, at that time, the Minister of Seniors, Housing and Affordability, and I co-chaired a task force for her. And these were some of the mandates, some of the items that that task force had came out with at that council. So I'm very pleased to see those recommendations, the things that we did, and the feedback that we had to allow that. And again, that last item, I'll re-emphasize that again, is enabling Albertans to age in place as couples. Nothing breaks a person's heart more than to see a cute little old couple, Madam Speaker, that have been working and living together and raising families, only at the time of stage of life when they need the care most that they get separated. So this one really does a lot of good for the soul and keeps those little couples together for as long as we can, and they can help support each other. Supporting care staff, it's meaning improvements in care beginning with addressing the staff challenges. Creating a supportive environment equips staff to provide the highest quality of care. And again, a lot of the initiatives that are taking place also are making sure that there's parity of esteem in the different vocations and finding folks, whether it's students or otherwise, a pathway to get into these very critical areas. Some of the investments that have taken place on Budget 2024 includes over $1 billion over 3 years to transform the continuing care system. Some of those key initiatives are expanding community care, increasing workforce capacity, enhancing quality and choice for residents. And that's a big one, enhancing the quality and choice for residents. So again, building out that envelope and making sure that there's a variety of things that folks have options for. Incremental funding will increase direct care hours, improving quality of care and reducing staff pressures. So in closing, our government's working towards providing the best health care in Alberta, prioritizing meaningful discussions centered towards change and innovation. Albertans deserve better, and our government is working towards that so that they rightly deserve. And again, it's been stated here a number of times, and I believe that the opposition and ourselves, we greatly agree. Our seniors are absolutely paramount to us. There are grandmas, there are great-grandmas, grandfathers, community leaders, elders, etc. And the best thing we can do is to make sure that we focus our time in making sure that they get the care or the attention they need. Because again, they've given up so much for us to be here and enjoy the life that we have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Edgemont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's appropriate as we're sitting here talking about our nursing home operations and our seniors that my staff actually has reached out to about a Christmas event at one of my senior homes, and that was probably one of the favorite things I've done in the last little while was go for Halloween and get to dance with some of the seniors and the students that came in. And it kind of, as I'm thinking about them right now and a few weeks ago, just, the facility and being in there, and their faces right now are coming to mind. And I think we can all agree that it's, all of our responsibility and the government's responsibility to care for our grandparents and care for our parents. And I think of my own aging mother who at some point might go into one of these facilities. And I hope that they're all well cared for, like any one of us would want our parents to be cared for. And that's kind of why we need these standards of care in our care facilities, is to ensure that our most vulnerable people, our family members and other vulnerable residents are kept safe. I think it's our moral obligation to ensure that seniors and other vulnerable residents get the care that they need. And when we start to remove the minimum hours of care, it becomes dangerous. The member for Edmonton Rutherford, had asked, we're just asking to know, if we could provide the minimum average hours of nursing and personal services required, and how many were checked in on, how many were investigated, so that we could ensure that our family members are safe, how Albertans are safe. With that minimum hour, it makes things unsafe for people, and we need the Act for accountability. We need to have regulations on our care hours that are required by law, so we don't have standards brought down. We need to be reducing our care. I don't want to reduce our care in order just to boost profits. When we're reviewing the continuing care, I'm curious as to why, there was an opportunity there. We could have increased a guaranteed minimum care hours up to 4.5 hours a day. And that's recommended by the government's own facility-based continuing care review. So instead of boosting it up to 4.5 hours a day, we're now looking at instead possibly put Albertans and seniors in danger by dropping our hours to the it's recommended to 3.62, but that's not the actual standard. We're looking at services for seniors going from 61 to 70% then. I'm concerned about this government's decision and not being accountable and holding operators at meeting care standards to be accountable. You know, as the member for Calgary Klein had spoken about, you know, it's part of it is making sure that they're getting showered, that they're having somebody there just to care for them. As somebody who's been in one of those caring roles, it's important to have those hours just to meet needs, to help make sure they're having a well-kept meal, to make sure that they're able to have a bath so they don't smell. I feel bad for seniors when you have a visit with them and there's a bit of an order, and it's just a matter of saying, okay, well, let's help them have a bath. This decision is evidently going to start to make things worse in our private and in our for-profit facilities. Our demand is getting higher for beds, but it's also, you know, the demand for always getting profits is going up. You know, and I'd hate to see operators cutting corners, and that is why we're asking this question. We'd like to know how many are being investigated, so that we know that our seniors are not, being in a facility where they're cutting our cutting care corners. And I don't understand why the new rules prescribe for the hours of, why don't the new rules prescribe how many hours of care residents should receive? To quote our member for Edmonton Strathcona, until now, if an Albertan wanted to be assured that their loved ones would get a minimum standard of care, it was in our law. She went on to say that now there is no guarantee. She then went on to say that it's not the same as putting those minimum standards into law. She said the hours would be discretionary and subject to one-on-one discussions between the government and contracted caregivers. We've even had, like, the United Nurses of Alberta warn us with this change. They said that, you know, in a report commissioned by the province 3 years ago, it was recommended to jump in the hours of care that each resident received. So, you know, without this bump in hours, it's a guarantee. I think, you know, that the worry about operators being investigated is also gone up. We've talked about the compliance rates in our Alberta's continuing care and supportive living facilities. And we shouldn't be relaxing our standards right now and giving more flexibility, because these are our seniors, these are our mothers and our grandparents. Sorry. I'm concerned with the cleanliness. I am concerned, and even with hydration, that if we don't have that standard of care, we need to make sure that people are even just getting water. When we looked at the 2024 report and data, you know, it showed that there was 337 issues that hadn't been resolved. And I think that tells us that we need to be doing this, that we need to have compliance, because that's 337 issues that some senior, one of our family members, was impacted by. I think also about the staff that are doing the work, and the extra strain, the extra weight that is being carried on them as they try to care for seniors in an underfunded operation, and they're wanting to be there and just care, and the mental health that these employees, who are usually women or racialized people, are doing all this care work, and they're not being supported to properly do it. And I don't know what's wrong with mandating a level of care in legislation for the people that we all care about and love. You know, we have an ability, like if the government has that ability to go in and audit these individuals, and you look at the continuing care homes to make sure that the clients and the patients and the residents that are living there are getting the best quality of care, why are we not able to answer the question about how many operators are being investigated between January 1st, 2023 and December 31st, 2023? You know, we don't have that minimum average of hours now. There has been past neglect, or, you know, and people going in. So I'm just wondering why we're unable to answer how many operators have been investigated during the time frame. I would like to cede my time to my colleague.
Are there any other members that would like to join in the debate on written question 6? Seeing none, would the honourable member for Edmonton Riverview like to close?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank all my colleagues on this side for, all the comments you made and how much you've shared your own personal stories, what's happening in your constituencies, and what's going on in the continuing care system. So thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone's comments. I just want to say that in support of accepting this matter before the Assembly, I'd encourage all members to vote in support. We know that the minimum care hours are essential to ensure residents of continuing care receive the care they need. I mean, they're absolutely fundamental, as so many people have said. And of course, the question covers the time period January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. And so that is before the legislation changed in April of 2024. And so there will be some recording, even though it is only 1.9 hours daily and not nearly enough. But of course, as people have already articulated, that was actually taken out of the legislation, so we do have no minimum daily hours now. And the minister assures us that in the private agreements that the government makes, that the UCP makes with providers, that those specific care hours are there, but that's not a transparent process, so we don't know about it. So I guess I just want to encourage the government that that still is very important in legislation. And having said that, I think that this is a very important matter that all members of the House should accept, and I ask them to vote in favour of it. Thank you. I will adjourn debate.
Honourable members, the honourable member for Calgary Varsity has moved on behalf of the honourable member for Edmonton Riverview. Written question number 6. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is defeated. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Honourable members, a division has been called on written question 6. All those in favour of the question, please stand.
Mr. Haji, Honourable Mr. Sabier, Ms. Sweet, Member Brar, Member Aramenko, Ms. Chapman, Member Hoyle, Mr. Kozlowski, Member Tejada, Ms. Renaud, Ms. Hayter, Honourable Member Ceci, Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Dack, Ms. Goring.
Any opposed, please stand.
Honourable Mr. Guthrie, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Honourable Minister Lagrange, Honourable Mr. Horner, Honourable Mr. Scott, Honourable Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Newdorf, Honourable Mr. Lowen, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Jean, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Mr. Long, Mr. Rosewell, Honourable Mr. Turton, Honourable Mr. Yassine, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Ms. Furr, Honourable Mr. Jones, Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Yao, Mr. Wright, Mr. Van Dyken, Mrs. Johnson, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Wiebe, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stephan, Mr. Dick, Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Mr. Young, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely.
Madam Speaker, total for, 15, total against, 44.
Honourable members, that is defeated.
Motions for returns. Pursuant to Standing Order 34 3.2, I wish to advise the Assembly that the following motions for returns have been accepted. MR1, proposed by Honourable Ms. Notley, that an order of the Assembly do issue for a return showing a list of every fee, gift, or other benefit that exceeds $500 in value that was accepted by an employee of the Premier's office or an employee of the office of a minister in accordance with Order in Council 237-2023, including the exact value and description of each fee, gift, or other benefit that was accepted. MR4, proposed by Ms. Sweet, that an order of the Assembly do issue a return showing a list of all grants organized by year provided by the government to the nonprofit corporation Results-Driven Agricultural Research, RDAR, during the period from April 1, 2019 to March 31, 2024. MR5, proposed by Mr. Dack, that a copy of the Assembly do issue a return showing copies of all documents prepared by government relating to the effectiveness of salt brine solutions for de-icing provincial highways. MR8, proposed by Mr. Dack, that an order of the Assembly do issue a return showing a list of all community airport program funding recipients for each year during the period from May 1, 2029 to March 31, 2024, and in respect of each recipient, the amount of funding received and description of the project for which funding was received. MR11, proposed by Ms. Wright, that in order the Assembly do issue a return showing a list of all payments organized by year and occupation made during the period from December 9, 2020 to March 31, 2024 under the Heroes Compensation Act to a first responder who died as a result of an accident. MR13, proposed by Mr. Ellingson, that an order of the Assembly do issue a return showing a list of all employees and contractors employed or engaged by the Invest Alberta Corporation during the period from March 31, 2019 to March 31, 2024. MR15, proposed by MLA Batten, that an order of the Assembly do issue a return showing a list showing the number of payments referred to as compassionate payments made by the government to families affected by child care closures in the Calgary area due to the E. coli outbreak declared by Alberta Health Services on September 4, 2023, and the amount of each payment. MR16, proposed by Mr. Diol, that in order of the Assembly do issue a return showing a list of current infrastructure priorities that have been identified by the Minister of Infrastructure and the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors, further to the objectives set out in the Premier's mandate letters to those ministers dated July 26, 2023 and July 11, 2023 respectively. MR 18 proposed by Mr. Diol that in order the Assembly to issue a return showing a list of all amounts paid by the Ministry of Infrastructure to unsuccessful proponents of a procurement process involving a public-private partnership for an infrastructure project organized by year and by project during the period from May 1, 2019 to March 31, 2024. I wish to further advise the Assembly that the following motions for returns have been withdrawn. Motion for a return MR2 and motion for a return 3. Under motions for return, motion for return number 6, Mr. Dack.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this afternoon, speak for motion for return number 6. And of course, I bring this up, Madam Speaker, because of the long-term historical deficit in Alberta's highway maintenance performance. Historically, Madam Speaker, I do recall as a much younger person when traveling with grandparents or parents on holidays or trips through other parts of the province and into neighboring provinces of BC and Saskatchewan, Alberta roads, when you returned home to Alberta, would be noticeably better even without looking outside the window. You could tell that you've once again reached into Alberta from Saskatchewan or British Columbia, because in my younger years, Madam Speaker, the roads were better in Alberta. And even without looking outside the window, you could tell that you'd gotten back into the province. However, that's changed in years succeeding my younger years. And what's happened now, Madam Speaker, is we historically have a situation where around 42% of Alberta's highways are noted to be in poor or fair condition. And I don't think that most Albertans find this to be acceptable, and I would hasten to say, Madam Speaker, that we on this side of the House don't find that to be acceptable either. In this day and age, Madam Speaker, when the government of the day has issued a mandate letter to the current Minister for Transportation and Economic Corridors, which includes some rather aspirational goals of looking into high-speed rail throughout the province, we still can't get our highways maintained to an adequate level that would keep them in good shape and avoid costly rebuilding of our roads. So that's the reason, Madam Speaker, that I asked for these list of all amendments that are made from March 31, 2019 to March 31, 2024 to provincial highways maintenance contracts in respective maintenance service levels. So wanting to find out, Madam Speaker, exactly what's going on with respect to the province's inability to maintain Alberta highways in an acceptable condition. Now, most people who travel Alberta's highways will notice, including highways that are in the constituency of the current speaker sitting in the chair in the area of Athabasca Westlock. I know I received complaints that were vociferous around Highway 55. People were wearing T-shirts saying "Can't drive 55," and I took special effort to go up to that region, Mr. Speaker, and found for myself the condition of Highway 55 to be in pretty tough shape, and it was certainly one of those highways which fell in the realm of poor or if not fair condition, and there was some remediation that was done as a result of advocacy made to this House by myself and others who were involved in trying to get that highway up to par. But it shouldn't have come to that, Mr. Speaker, if indeed the maintenance standards that the province maintained were at a level that Albertans have had in the past come to expect and hope to see once again in the future. So the whole reasoning behind my wanting to see the evidence of any alterations to provincial maintenance contracts was to get a handle on internally just indeed what efforts have been made to try to actually reach a higher standard of road maintenance in the province. Now there's an interesting website. It's the website of the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association, which is a wealth of historical information about Alberta's road building and some of the relationships that have been ongoing between the Alberta Road Builders Construction Association and all its members and the government of Alberta over time. And it appears that there was a major breakdown in communications between the Road Building Construction Association and all its member companies and the provincial government, particularly the Alberta Ministry of Transportation, that took place around 2011, and it doesn't seem to have been corrected since. Now, an example, a more current example of that breakdown in communication and trust is something that is chronicled by the Alberta Heavy Road Builders and Construction Association, and that involved the government's decision to cancel, and I'm quoting here now in part from the website of the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association. That is in part the government's decision to cancel the Deerfoot Trail upgrading P3 procurement. Now, this two-year process, and I'm quoting, encouraged companies to put together consortiums of construction, engineering, legal, and finance companies to design, build, and finance a massive upgrade to the Central Calgary Freeway. Although warned, the government was asking for a gold-plated project and had seriously underestimated the cost of construction and maintenance. Proponents were advised to proceed through all stages of the program. Private companies and Alberta taxpayers spent millions of dollars developing proposals. However, on July 12, 2022, the Minister of Alberta Transportation announced that after receiving bids, no winner would be declared, and he was cancelling the program outright. This is the direct quote. It said, "To seriously damage the credibility of Alberta Transportation as a business partner. Taxpayers will pay more for less as companies have to protect themselves by charging more when they do work for an unreliable partner." When they do work for an unreliable partner. He's talking about the Alberta Ministry of Transportation and this current government, Mr. Speaker, an unreliable partner in major business and infrastructure projects. Does that sound familiar to anybody else in this legislature and to Albertans as far as what's happened recently with the government's reputation when we're talking about cancelled projects and infrastructure projects of multiple billions of dollars, and the government yanks the carpet out from underneath all of those who were told the money's there, we're going ahead with it, yet indeed that's not what happened. I think Green Line comes to mind, Mr. Speaker, and I would venture to say that it's not the only example that one could come up with. The related but certainly equally as devastating decision to halt development of a major industry, the renewables industry in this province, suffered a similar stunning blow when the government decided to yank the carpet out from underneath the development of that industry. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to wanting to find out the story behind what's exactly going on at Alberta Transportation with respect to highway maintenance, it's important that we take a look at any efforts to scramble behind the scenes and alter contracts that may have been deficient, and to look at the details of the provincial highways maintenance contracts in respect of maintenance service levels, which historically have been woefully inadequate. We've all driven Alberta highways. We drive them quite often to get to this place, Mr. Speaker, and all the way around the province. And I mean, I've driven them a lot as well, and I can report factually myself that I'm shocked at some of the pieces of highway through between Calgary and Edmonton are woefully inadequate in terms of their maintenance, and it speaks to a standard that is unacceptable in this province. We can talk about building a railway between Alberta, between Edmonton and Calgary, or Banff and Calgary, and speak about it as though it's something that we should aspire to. Spend $9 million on a study that hasn't been released yet, and yet we seem to think it's not important to focus on the needs of rural Alberta and the economic corridors we already have, that being our highway infrastructure, and making sure that is absolutely up to snuff. And it behooves the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors to make sure that those relationships that are in place between his ministry and Alberta Transportation are ones that are not soured by poor business decisions that cost Alberta billions and result in our highways still being in poor condition.
Thank you, member. Does the member for Edmonton McClung wish to move motion for return 6?
Yeah, I do so move.
You so move? Are there others wishing to speak to motion for return number 6? I have the member for Calgary Northeast has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Alberta's highways are an important part of infrastructure and our economy. They belong to Albertans, and it is the integral part of Alberta's government to take care of those highways, and because Albertans' lives, their livelihoods and their safety depends on this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are so many of my constituents, including my brother, who work in the trucking industry, and I have heard horrible stories from them telling me about the poor road conditions, the poor weather due to the poor weather conditions. And Mr. Speaker, they already face so many problems. They already face so many issues, whether it be the lack of truck stops, whether it be the lack of rest areas, whether it be the lack of important facilities where they can park and they can get the food, something to eat. They get parking tickets all the time just because of the lack of these infrastructure facilities where they can actually stop, take rest, grab some food. And these facilities are lacking in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. I've seen my family worried when my brother is out driving truck to BC, and they pray for his safe return home. And this is not only the story of my brother, Mr. Speaker. This is the story of thousands of Albertans who leave their homes, leave their families behind to make their living and to keep our economy running and to keep the food on our tables, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the paramount duty of any government to make sure that all Albertans feel safe. It is the paramount duty of the government to ensure the safe road conditions. And Mr. Speaker, we have seen Alberta's roads conditions deteriorating. Mr. Speaker, later today, today in the morning when I left for Edmonton, I got constant calls from my family here in Calgary as well as my parents in India. They were deeply worried about the weather conditions, about the road conditions, and I want to take a moment to thank all the workers who were out there taking care of our roads in these conditions. And that's not only my story, Mr. Speaker. There were thousands of other Albertans on the road, on the highways, getting to their destination, and they were they were facing the similar conditions. Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight that on this side of the House, we believe that government to be transparent, accountable to Albertans who have elected us. Therefore, it is important for the government to disclose the details that they need to know as their lives and livelihoods depend on it. Mr. Speaker, Alberta's highways were once the pride of this province, a symbol of our strength and efficiency. Today, sadly, the reputation is under threat. We constantly hear from Albertans, drivers, business owners, and municipal leaders about the increasingly poor state of our highways and government's lack of meaningful response. Mr. Speaker, the government's own annual report of transportation and economic corridors show us the reality. Approximately 43% of Alberta's highways are now rated in poor, fair, or very poor condition. And this is concerning, Mr. Speaker. The percentage of highways rated as good has dropped from 60.3% in 2019-2020 to just 58% in 2022 and 2023. That's not progress, Mr. Speaker. That's deterioration. Meanwhile, the government spent significant amount of Albertans' money on highway rehabilitation projects in 2022 and 2023. If I'm correct, it is $442.6 million spent. This isn't just about asphalt, Mr. Speaker. It's about accountability, safety, and public trust. We know the government has made changes to highway maintenance contracts. And Albertans deserve to know the details. Albertans deserve to know the full details of those contracts. Mr. Speaker, this is why I believe that it is very important that my colleague and member from Edmonton McClung has asked this government to do the right thing. And I fully support him, and I request all my colleagues to support this important motion and to disclose, and the government must disclose list of all amendments made to provincial highway maintenance contracts from March 31, 2019 to March 31, 2024. If this government truly believes in transparency and responsible stewardship of public funds, this is a simple thing to do and an easy thing to do. Mr. Speaker, safety of Albertans traveling on highways depends on proper maintenance and proper investment. Let's ensure we are doing the right thing for the people of this province, and I fully support my colleague in this step, and I request all my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Transportation Economic Corridors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the two NDP members for their work on this file and the questions that they just had. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm recommending this request related to motions for return 6, which seeks a list of all amendments made between March 31st, 2019 and March 31st, 2024 to provincial highway maintenance contract service levels be rejected, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you why. The information requested is currently being used as part of ongoing contract negotiations and tendering processes. Transportation is vital in governance, but we must recognize that certain details are sensitive. The disclosure of such information would compromise the integrity of current and future contract negotiations. Now, sharing confidential negotiation details could give potential contractors unwarranted insight into the government's negotiation strategies, jeopardizing our ability to secure competitive bids and protect taxpayers' dollars. Moreover, the information requested includes documents used during negotiations between contractors and the department after an RFP or request for a proposal process was completed. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the competitive environment in which these contracts exist relies on preserving the confidentiality of negotiated service levels and bid adjustments. Now, if this motion were adopted, we risk creating an uneven playing field while discouraging potential bidders from participating in future procurement opportunities, ultimately harming the province's ability to achieve value for money. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe rejecting motion for return 6 is in the best interest of Albertans and taxpayers. But, Mr. Speaker, the NDP should know better, and I believe they do, because if you actually look at the wording in this motion, it specifically starts after their 4 years of disastrous government when they actually were on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. And I was actually there. I was sitting in that corner during the 4 years of the NDP. And, Mr. Speaker, the very, very dark years, yes. But, Mr. Speaker, under the NDP government, it was then NDP Transportation Minister sitting on this side of the House, Brian Mason, who would have said the exact same things that I'm saying here today. had this motion gone back during his time, Mr. Speaker. So I think the NDP does know better, yet for petty partisan reasons, they're still asking and feigning outrage, Mr. Speaker. So I could only assume that that's the direction that they're getting from Trudeau's choice for Alberta, their new NDP leader, Naheed Nenshi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other members wishing to speak? I'll recognize the member from Calgary Fish Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak against this motion, and I'll premise my commentary on this by a quote that I've used before in the House, and I'll probably use again because it means so much to me, and I think it's something that all people involved in government should be aware of. And the quote comes from an economist called Thomas Sowell, who said that there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. And the question that raises is here is, what is the trade-off that you're asking for? You're asking to publicize confidential contracting information against the best interests of this government to conclude contracts in the future in the best possible way for taxpayers. I'm frankly shocked and amazed that the member would suggest that such type of information would be made available. This is not the way the government should operate. It's not the way contracting on long-term, very sizable contracts should operate, and the obvious implications and consequences of doing such a thing should be obvious to the member opposite. The member in their statements made a comment about the expiring of the decision by the government not to proceed on some P3 contracts that had been discussed on Deerfoot Trail. Does the government not have a responsibility? Is the NDP suggesting to the members of this House that the government does not have a responsibility to make sure that there is value for dollars? And if a contract situation is arising that does not provide value for dollars spent, that they should be rejecting that process, going back and doing some more homework and coming up with a different solution that will provide value to the taxpayers of this province. Now, I know the NDP, when they were in government, were not particularly interested in providing value, which is one reason why we have this huge debt that we've inherited from the NDP government. And it's interesting to note that the interest that we're now paying on that accumulated debt is actually greater than the budget item of transportation. There's a trade-off to be spending money without criteria, without value. And the trade-off is, currently, that now the taxpayers of Alberta have to spend billions of dollars on interest payments on some very questionable expenditures by the NDP when they were in government. The member opposite also talked about the Green Line and the decision by this government to stop the current process that was going on and go back to relook at a design of the Green Line. Now, the members in this and the people in this side of the House are very interested on having a Green Line or a project that would be provide Calgarians an option for transportation. However, let's review the history of that particular project that was initiated by the current leader of the party opposite and accepted by the previous leader of the side opposite. $4.5 billion for 43 kilometers of Green Line, 29 stations, extending from the extreme north of Calgary, 160th Avenue, to Seaton. Now, I don't know how the City of Calgary or the government of the day evaluated the cost for that particular project. But let's recognize what is the latest proposal that we had, that the government had to look at. Going from 43 kilometers of Green Line and 29 stations from both extreme sides of Calgary to 10 kilometers and 7 stations going from Eau Claire to Linwood. the original project for the Green Line probably, and of course we don't have exact information on that, but I've heard numbers, if you kept recognizing that that particular project still doesn't even include crossing the Bow River, could exceed $20 billion. So what do you do when the initial estimate cost is nowhere close to what actually it would cost? Do you just keep going along? And because my constituents are telling me they're interested in the Green Line, but they want value for dollars spent. So how do you, are you going to tell me, are you going to say to Calgarians that it's okay to spend $6.2 billion for a project that is a fraction of what it used to be and only goes from Lidwood to Eau Claire? I invite you to go down to Calgary and talk to our constituents and tell the Calgarians, because it's not only the taxpayers of Alberta that's paying for that, it's also the taxpayers of Calgary that will be paying the cost for a value that is questionable. And so we hope here on this side of the House that we can find more value for Calgarians, more value for Albertans. And so that's why we're going through the process right now. And we all know that people within the City Council and the previous Green Line Committee worked very hard to try to come up with a project, and I commend them for all their work and what they did. But the fact of the matter is that the result had to be relooked at, and we had to come back and look at something different. And so I would suggest to the member opposite that they should rethink and perhaps reconsider the kind of, you want to make this political? Really? I mean, when do you admit that a project needs to be relooked at and needs to be redone? So anyways, with that, I would suggest that for the reasons that the minister already indicated, no, we're not going to open up tendering documentation to the public, because for obvious reasons, no government would do such a thing, for obvious reasons. And the Green Line project needs to be relooked at for obvious reasons. And so let's try to do what's best for the taxpayers of Alberta, for the people of Alberta. Let's be prudent in the way we're spending money, and let's try to get the best value for them on these types of projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll recognize the member for Sherwood Park, and followed by the member for Fort Saskatchewan-Bakerville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the member from Fort Saskatchewan also highlights some of the roads and highways that need attention in our neighboring ridings, because there is some attention needed by the Minister of Infrastructure. He's got a map to prove it. Let's move away from this hyper-focus on Calgary that seems to be brought into this House, and let's turn our attention to Strathcona County, where there are 1,300 kilometers. Yeah, well, I don't recall that, did we? No. I don't recall that. But I do recall when I looked at the website for Strathcona County, there are 1,300 kilometers of roads, rural roads in ditches in Strathcona County, and there's 418 kilometers in Sherwood Park, my riding. And so it's really important to ensure safe and quality transportation. One thing that is noticeable to people of Sherwood Park is that when you leave Sherwood Park and you move on to a provincial highway, the roads get noticeably worse. So we need to pay attention to that. And we need the minister, when he's looking at our highways that are in Sherwood Park and Strathcona County, like Anthony Henday, Highway 16 or Yellowhead Trail, Highway 21, Highway 14, Highway 824, Highway 830, Highway 630, we need him to take some arguments to Treasury Board on the value of investment, because some research and just some quick looking at it looks like if we can just increase 10% of our spend on maintenance infrastructure, we'll increase our GDP for the whole province by 4%. So bring those numbers in an argument to Treasury Board ministers so that we in Strathcona County and Sherwood Park and other places across the province can count on high quality highways. Because right now, as it was brought up, we are trying to find out why, when we drive around and look and we find out that 42% of our highways are in poor or very poor poor condition. What is going on in this province? So we're looking for some transparency. What is going on in this province that 42% of our highways are in poor or very poor condition? Because good highways equal higher productivity. When I think back to some conversations I've had with constituents, in the election I had one person that just grilled me, and I at the end had to say, what is your background? And they were asking about our investment. They were going to vote based on the platforms of investment from the two different parties. And they were hyper-focused on investment in education and investment in infrastructure because they viewed that as a primary role for government. Because investment in highways, just like investment in education, translates into economic productivity. So, Minister, please bring this investment mindset to Treasury Board when you go. We're trying to get some transparency on what is going on in this province and why the investments are not being made. We don't need to spend more money on pet projects. I think we've had enough discussion in this House about Turkish Tylenol, about pipelines to nowhere, about research into chemtrails. What we need is focus on investment in this province, and we're asking the government to bring an investment mindset forward as we prepare for this budgetary cycle. And the question that the member asked is a reasonable question so that we can understand why the investments aren't being made, and if they are, let's be transparent about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Fort Saskatchewan, Vegreville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to motion for return number 6. The motion requests that the Assembly issue for a return showing all the list of all amendments made during the period from March 31st, 2019 to March 31st, 2024 to provincial highways maintenance contracts in respect of maintenance service levels. This is a bit of a mouthful, Mr. Speaker, but I want to ensure I had it there for the record because I'm recommending that this request be rejected. I have a few reasons to recommend this, which I would like to mention to you before unpacking them individually. 1, the requested information is confidential and commercially sensitive, being used in ongoing contract negotiations and tender processes. 2, sharing the information could negatively affect current and future negotiations and tendering. 3, the information includes documents from post-RFPs or return for proposals. These negotiations happen between contractors and the department and are not to be shared. 4, the negotiated terms and contract amounts differ across contracts, reflecting varying levels of service. 5, contractors are unaware of each other's terms, and that information is not publicly available. Before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important to remember what we're talking about here. The information that is being requested in this motion is about provincial highways maintenance contracts. Highways are a vital way to life here in Alberta, in the prairies, especially in my constituency of Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville. Whenever I drive from my constituency to Edmonton, I'm trusting in the highways being well maintained and Mother Nature cooperating. We all depend on them, whether by driving on them ourselves or relying upon the goods and services that are transported upon them. We use highways to get to work, to visit family and friends, or explore our amazing province. They tie our communities together. They link rural Alberta to urban Alberta. They connect us to our neighbours. Highways bring us to British Columbia to the west, Saskatchewan to the east, and to the Northwest Territories to the north, and of course to our neighbours, the United States in the south. Mr. Speaker, whichever direction you choose to look, the importance of highways to Alberta cannot be exaggerated. Therefore, keeping highways maintained is something I think we can all agree on as being very, very important. It is also important to remember the importance of respecting contracts and confidentiality. To be a bit blunt, publicly revealing the requested information would be damaging to Alberta both reputationally and commercially. Confidential and commercially sensitive information is just that, sensitive. It is the basis of ongoing talks over contracts and tendering. Revealing information like that would do more hurt than it would help. As every member of the Assembly knows, keeping one's word is important, and it is important that the Government of Alberta keep its word to those who it has contracts with the minimum expectation to respect confidentiality. To my second point, Mr. Speaker, the impact on negotiations. publicly revealing the requested information could negatively affect current and future negotiations in tendering. I don't think it would be much of a surprise to anyone here that trust is one of the most fundamental elements of successful negotiations. By revealing the requested information, we might cause prospective applicants to change their current or future requests when negotiating or tendering. Negotiation documents are also not meant to be shared publicly. I do not think this is a controversial position, Mr. Speaker. The requested information includes documents from post-return for proposal negotiations between contractors and the department. They are not meant to be shared. A return for proposal, or RFP, is a business document that announces a project, describes it, and solicits bids from qualified contractors to complete it. The Alberta government evaluates these bids, including the financial health of the bidding company and each bidder's ability to take on the project. The point of these RFPs is to open up the competition to a broader range of companies, removing bias from the system and get the best value for money, and that would be our taxpayers' money. I will point out, Mr. Speaker, the best value for money is not always the cheapest bid. The ability to effectively undertake the project is an important consideration. Sharing these documents publicly would make it difficult to ensure a true and honest competition in the market. This would mean that Alberta taxpayers may see more money being spent on future projects than they might otherwise be the case. Varied contract terms are also a consideration, with the negotiated terms and contract amounts differing across contracts and reflecting varying levels of service. There may be a variety of reasons for contracts to vary in terms, and publicly revealing them may not benefit the service of the contract. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I note that contractors are unaware of each other's terms, and that information is not publicly accessible. And there's a simple reason for that, Mr. Speaker. In the business world, companies tend to keep their own information private. It's not the government of Alberta's place to expose private companies to potential losses through publicly revealing sensitive commercial information. Again, let us return to the issue at hand. Highways and maintenance. We need our highways, and we need to ensure that they are maintained. If the Legislative Assembly makes a habit of revealing contracts relating to our highways, we risk jeopardizing the long-term safety of the same highways. Companies won't want to bid on Government of Alberta contracts if they have a reason to believe they will suffer potential financial harm. Alberta taxpayers do not want to tamper with a system that prioritizes efficiency and responsible fiscal stewardship. And I'm sure that the Government of Alberta does not want to develop a reputation for being an entity that is known for disclosing confidential and commercially sensitive information. So when we're discussing motion for return number 6, I do not consider it appropriate to support the request. It is simply not necessary. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, I will be rejecting motion for return number 6. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion for return number 6. Are there others wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Minister of Transportation Economic Corridors. Oh, I'm sorry, the Honourable Minister has already provided his comments. Is there anyone other than the Minister that would like to join in the conversation? Seeing none, I am prepared to call on the Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung to close debate if he wishes to do so. It would appear not. Would you like to close debate or no? I'll do it for you. Okay, unfortunately that's not allowed. Honourable members, on motion for return number 6, all those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That motion is defeated, and a division has been called. Call in the members. division has been called on motion for return number 6. All those in favour of the motion for return number 6, please rise.
Mr. Haji, Honourable Mr. Sabir, Mr. Shepherd, Ms. Sweet, Member Brar, Member Aramenko, Ms. Chapman, Member Hoyle, Mr. Kozowski, Member Tejada, Ms. Renault, Ms. Hayter, Honourable Member Ceci, Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Dack, Ms. Goring.
All those opposed, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Williams, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Lowen, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Mr. Long, Mr. Rosewell, Honourable Mr. Turton, Honourable Mr. Yassin, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Ms. Furr, Honourable Mr. Jones, Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Yao, Mr. Wright, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mrs. Jones, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homanuck, Ms. de Jong, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 16, total against 39.
The motion is defeated.
Motions other than government motions. Motion 516, Mr. Long.
The honourable member, let's go quickly. Go ahead, guys. I'll give you in 30 seconds or less, we'll proceed to the motion other than government motion. The honourable member for West Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to move motion 516, which reads, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to consider taking the necessary steps to develop an auxiliary workforce program for local residents, volunteer associations and landowners to supplement the work of first responders during emergencies and disasters. Confirming the safety of Albertans in the face of natural disasters and emergencies is a top priority for this government. In recent years, we've seen an increasing number of devastating events from wildfires to floods and storms. The fires in West Yellowhead these past few years have highlighted some critical issues, including the limitations of emergency response when there are multiple disasters happening all over the province and all over the country at the same time. While Alberta's first responders do incredible work, and we are extremely grateful for their efforts, the scale of modern disasters often exceeds the capacity of immediately available resources. In moments of crisis, local knowledge and community involvement can make all the difference. That's why I believe it is crucial to develop an Alberta-made solution, an auxiliary workforce program that will allow us to better respond to these disasters and emergencies by mobilizing local residents, volunteer associations, and landowners. Mr. Speaker, used appropriately, local residents, landowners, and volunteers, those who know the land and the community, can prove to be a vital addition to the immediate response. In remote areas, the local expertise proves invaluable, helping to guide first responders and support critical operations. By establishing an auxiliary workforce program, we would be able to tap into this resource, supplementing the efforts of our professional emergency responders. The current reliance on federal assistance, especially the Canadian Armed Forces, has shown its limitations. While emergency response is shared among local, provincial, territorial, and federal jurisdictions, the Canadian Armed Forces is expected to provide aid to the civil power as a force of last resource. As noted in a 2024 report from the House of Commons, requests for the Canadian Armed Forces assistance to support civilian authorities have increased significantly due to climate-related disasters. In fact, according to the Department of National Defence, the number of Canadian Armed Force deployments to assist civilian authorities in Canada has roughly doubled every 5 years since 2010. However, as we know, the Armed Forces is not always readily available, and relying too heavily on federal resources can create delays in the immediate response. The Canadian Armed Forces are under significant pressure, not only from domestic needs, but also due to Canada's obligations abroad. Global conflicts continue to flare up, from the ongoing crisis in Ukraine to tensions in the Asia-Pacific. With the vastness of our great country and the numerous responsibilities the Armed Forces already shoulder, ranging from maintaining sovereignty in the north to addressing both domestic and international challenges. They're already stretched thin, with limited resources to manage everything effectively at once. So it is crucial that provinces and we as a province gain more autonomy and self-reliance in our efforts against natural disasters. As disasters become more frequent and severe, Alberta must take proactive steps to build its own capacity to respond. And for that, I do want to give a shout out for our Minister of Forestry and Parks for all of his efforts the last few years to make sure that we are prepared for future and current needs. Because it's simply not sustainable to depend on federal forces who are already facing growing demands of their limited resources. So by developing an Alberta-specific emergency auxiliary workforce, we can reduce our dependency on federal aid and increase our own autonomy in disaster management. In addition to supporting our first responders, this program will also foster a culture of preparedness within local communities. When individuals and families see their neighbours taking an active role in emergency response, it strengthens the overall resilience of the province. You see, Mr. Speaker, I have seen in my own communities how willing and eager the locals are to help respond to emergencies. So rather than be in the habit of simply pushing people aside or making them leave their communities behind, by tapping into local knowledge, we can ensure that Alberta has the flexibility to act quickly in the face of disaster, regardless of what happens on the national or international stage. This initiative will allow Alberta to take control of its own emergency response efforts, ensuring that we are not caught off guard when the next disaster strikes. And it's not just about enhancing the efficiency of our response, it's about ensuring that we as Albertans have the resources and resilience to protect our communities when we need it most. We would have a dedicated, trained workforce that could be deployed as needed, ensuring faster, more effective responses. This motion would also allow us to strengthen community preparedness and resilience. By training local residents and volunteers, we empower communities to take an active role in their own safety and the safety of their neighbours. This kind of community-led response will improve the efficiency of emergency operations and also build stronger, more self-reliant communities that are better able to withstand future crises. Local residents, landowners, and volunteers bring invaluable skills and knowledge to the table. Whether guiding first responders through difficult terrain, providing logistical support, or helping manage evacuation efforts, this auxiliary workforce would supplement the work of our first responders and ensure a more coordinated, effective disaster response. Alberta must be proactive in developing strategies to address growing challenges. By establishing an auxiliary workforce program now, we can ensure that Alberta is better prepared for the emergencies that lie ahead. Not only would this program increase the capacity and efficiency of our emergency response, but it would also reduce the strain on our first responders, allowing them to focus on critical tasks. Time is of the essence in emergencies, and the more resources we have at our disposal, the quicker we can act to save lives and mitigate damage. Mr. Speaker, this motion calls for a proactive Alberta-specific solution to the challenges we face in emergency response. By developing an emergency auxiliary workforce program, we would confirm that local communities are ready to assist first responders during crises, building a stronger, more resilient province. This initiative will enhance our capacity to respond to natural disasters and emergencies, ultimately making Alberta a safer place for all of us. I urge my colleagues and every member of this Assembly to support Motion 516 so we can work together to protect the lives, the communities, and the well-being of all Albertans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the honourable member for West Yellowhead has moved motion other than government motion 516. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? It would seem the honourable member for Edmonton Manning would like to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise and to speak to this motion. I appreciate the member opposite's concern around the need to ensure that we have individuals available to respond in times of emergency. We've seen this numerous times throughout the province when it's come to the wildfires that we've seen over the last few years, when we've seen floods happening, such as what happened in Calgary and through Canmore and in the mountains, and the importance of making sure that we have first responders. Now, what we also have to ensure is community safety. And when I speak to first responders who work in this area and who have been dealing with many of these emergency responses over the last couple of years, their primary concern is ensuring that when they ask people to evacuate and to get out of the zones, that they're able to get in there and provide, whether it be structural firefighting or whether it be looking at wildland firefighting or just getting people out because they're worried about their safety. They face individuals who refuse to participate and refuse to do that. And so when this motion came forward, the concern that came up out of that was, what would this look like and how would this be managed to ensure community safety and to ensure we didn't have individuals who just decided that they would be the ones to respond, that they had the understanding and the expertise, or felt that they had the understanding and the expertise to do that. And so I have an amendment to the motion, and I will take the bottom and I will give the original to the table. One sec. Thank you.
Please proceed, Paige, it's fine. If you just wait a moment, I'm going to get a copy of the amendment, both to the table as well as to the mover. This one's signed by Parliamentary Council. Is this one? Honourable members, pursuant to standing order, you can proceed to make sure that the mover has the amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 41 5.2, an amendment to a motion other than government motion moved after the motion has been moved must, A, be approved by Parliamentary Council no later than the Thursday preceding the motion is moved, of which this amendment has been, also approved by Parliamentary Council, and B, be provided to the mover of the motion no later than 11 a.m. on the day that the motion is to be moved. I can confirm that in an email earlier today that both my office as well as the mover was CC'd on, that both of the conditions in which to make an amendment to a motion other than government motions has been met. This amendment is in order. It will be referred to as Amendment A1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, going back to, I did some consultation on this motion to ensure that our first responders that would be managing and working with individuals through this auxiliary workforce were consulted to ensure that they understood what this motion could entail. And when I spoke to the different organizations and public sector first responders that are doing this, their response to me was, sure, but we do this. So we provide, and I guess I should read the motion into the record. So to be clear, I move this on behalf of the member for Edmonton, Beverly Clairview, to move the motion other than the government motion 516 to be amended by striking out first responders during emergencies and disasters and substituting provincially regulated first responders during emergencies and disasters, and by using certified training programs provided by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, firefighters, paramedics, First Nations and Métis settlements. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is that the RCMP do have a program that does have the capacity to train individuals to be able to be first responders in times of emergency. The interesting fact about that, Mr. Speaker, however, is that it's been defunded by the Government of Alberta. So it no longer exists. The curriculum exists. The ability to train individuals in their local communities to be able to be responders exists, but the funding has been cut by the province to provide that service. What happens when the RCMP does this training is that then they create a roster of people that have been approved by the emergency teams in their local communities, the RCMP specifically, and then they can call them and say, please come out and help. We know we've trained you, we know we vetted you, and we know you're safe to be able to provide this service. Great. So that's one example of where it's worked, and it's a great thing. I've spoken to firefighters across the province as well, who have also said we have the ability to train local community members who want to come out and provide support. In fact, many of our agricultural communities do this. They already provide training to producers in agricultural communities in case they have a grass fire so that they know what to do and they can go out and they can help their neighbors. So it exists, but it exists under the structure of the first responders and the firefighters in those local communities. So again, they can create a roster, ensure people are trained appropriately, and they know who they are so they can call on them in times of needs. So, Mr. Speaker, the intent behind this and the reason for the amendment was because I would hate to see redundancy or red tape being created by this government that would create a secondary training program that is outside of the expertise of the certified first responders that are already in the province. They know what works. They know how to train community members, and they know that through their training, they're able to keep community members safe. Instead of having communities developing new training that could potentially have individuals feel like they're entitled to being able to just show up in a community and provide assistance without the appropriate training, without the relationship to the first responders that are already there, and in fact, creating safety issues because they get in the way. There's nothing wrong with having Albertans want to step up and help. I mean, search and rescue is a prime example of that. The program that the RCMP offered, actually, up until a couple of years ago, was a great example of that. Our volunteer firefighters that are willing to work in rural communities are a great example of that. Albertans want to help. And I don't think there should be a barrier in preventing them from doing it. But what I do believe is that you need to make sure that people are trained appropriately and that they're vetted appropriately so that in the end, nobody gets hurt. And in fact, they're more help than they are a barrier. Because the last thing we want to see is a group of individuals who've decided they're an auxiliary workforce who end up refusing to evacuate a situation when they've been told to leave. And now we have firefighters trying to get people out of community areas where they should have probably just left. And now they're dealing with human safety instead of structural safety. And so I support what the member is saying that needs to be done. I mean, I would have loved the government just to hire more firefighters so we didn't have to worry about an auxiliary workforce. I mean, let's fund wildland firefighters. Let's train them earlier. Let's get them ready for the season. That would be a great step. Instead of having to ask the government to create an auxiliary workforce, just fund the workers that we need, because we know they're trained appropriately. We know they know what to do. We don't have the same turnover. We don't have to face the fact that most of them leave and go to BC because BC has year-round firefighting services. We know that part of the reason why we've had struggles is because of the fact that the government continues to be delayed in getting prepared earlier, in hiring when they need to, in training earlier, and ensuring that we have the workforce available. So now, all of a sudden, it's, well, let's create an auxiliary workforce. Well, why wouldn't you just fund the people? Fund the workers that do the work, that want to do the work, instead of relying on volunteers to have to come in on an ad hoc basis. I mean, that's the fundamental problem. It's about not having enough people when we need them because the government's not ready. And then it's also about the fact that we need to make sure that when workers are working, they're kept safe. And safety requires training, and requires resources, and requires equipment, all of which need to be under the purview of the province. And so, Mr. Speaker, I agree we need more people to be able to respond to emergency situations. I believe the province has a responsibility to do that. I believe the province should be hiring workers to do that. And if they're not, let's have an auxiliary workforce, I guess, but let's make sure it's being done under the expertise of certified emergency responders who can train them and vet them appropriately. Thank you.
Honourable members, prior to calling the honourable member for West Yellowhead to speak to the amendment, I would be remiss if I don't make sure that everyone received an invite to the former member and current member reception that will be taking place in the Capitol View Room between 6 and 8 this evening. Please feel free to come, but please feel no obligation either. The honourable member for West Yellowhead on Amendment A1.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate when the member from Edmonton Manning gets up to speak. I know she's very passionate about our forestry sector, our forests, and our even our rural communities. For someone who represents community in the Edmonton region, it's really nice to see her passion for that. But I will speak today in opposition to the proposed amendment to the original motion. Well, I appreciate the member's intention. I'll argue actually that the amendment does not advance the purpose of the motion. But prior to that, I would like to actually make a few comments around some of the things that were just discussed around wildfire firefighters. I know that we have year-round firefighters in Alberta. There's been a significant increase in the budget for them, and I know, again, the minister responsible has been very proactive in reviving the program the last number of years and seeing the priority of making sure that he's got a fully integrated workforce year-round. Again, as I said earlier, I appreciated his efforts in that. The other one that I heard early on in the member's speech was around concerns around people who refuse to evacuate. That in and of itself, Mr. Speaker, is a concern, yes. However, over some of the fires that we've seen in my riding, I know that locals have actually helped the professionals that have shown up on scene from putting themselves in vulnerable situations, namely letting them know where certain roads dead end, and that they didn't have that knowledge of when they came in to fight the fire. And if those locals hadn't shown that concern for their community and for the first responders coming in, some of our first responders could have been put in very vulnerable situations. So again, to just dismiss the locals who have skills and talent and resources available to assist in these efforts is often going to lend to worse results than it would otherwise, by embracing those individuals. So with that, I'd just like to say the individuals who are locals, while they might not be provincially regulated, they play a critical role in stabilizing situations before additional help arrives. So by amending the motion to limit the definition of first responders, we're effectively disregarding the community members and the experience and motivation they have to act in the emergencies, even if they don't hold provincial certification. The fact of the matter is that farmers and landowners and communities in these regions often face unique challenges during emergencies, whether they're wildfires, floods, or other natural disasters that require practical on-the-ground solutions. And the training provided by provincial or federal agencies is not always tailored to the specific needs of those rural areas, nor does it always offer the kind of practical land-based knowledge needed to protect agricultural land, livestock, or crops during times of crises. Farmers who know the land better than anyone else often have the experience to make quick, effective decisions in emergency situations, understanding the local geography and the vulnerabilities of their land. However, the proposed amendment would undermine the importance of this localized, hands-on experience by requiring certification from specific training programs that do not address the practical needs of those communities. The intent of Motion 516 is to be inclusive and responsive to the practical needs of all communities during disasters, and I strongly believe the original wording is better aligned with this objective. So I urge all members to reject the proposed amendment to Motion 516. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members to join in the amendment? The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to stand and speak to Motion 516 and offer some thoughts and perspective in my role as the Opposition Shadow Minister for Public Safety and Emergency Services. First of all, I want to thank the member from West Yellowhead for bringing this forward, and indeed his clear passion for supporting his constituents his clear support for first responders, and certainly his clear interest and support for finding ways that we can empower more Albertans, indeed, to participate in protecting their communities. And indeed, I know that we have heard that clearly, Madam Speaker, that Albertans want to have that opportunity to participate. When their properties are facing a natural disaster, be that a wildfire or a flood or another natural disaster, they want to, wherever they can, be participants in how they protect those properties in their communities. And indeed, Madam Speaker, I would agree that we should support that however and wherever we can. Indeed, I would agree with the member when I would support him. And I believe him when he says that for his government this is a priority, to ensure that keeping Albertans safe is top of mind. Now, when it comes to the question of this amendment, Madam Speaker, you know, the member for West Yellowhead said that he appreciates the intention but doesn't feel it advances the purpose of the motion. He spoke about the reference that my colleague from Edmonton Manning made about individuals who refuse to evacuate. And he said, you know, they can serve value. You know, perhaps they can help provide guidance to local first responders or folks who are coming in who don't know the land as well. But I would note, Madam Speaker, that we've already begun to see some challenges with this. So unfortunately, in the age in which we live, in which there are increasing levels of misinformation and disinformation, folks who make misuse of social media and other things to spread conspiracy theories, we have unfortunately seen an undermining of trust in local authorities and indeed first responders when they're looking to clear areas. We look at a news report from August 2023 in West Kelowna. The headline says, Fire Chief's Worst Nightmare, West Kelowna crews rescue residents who ignored an evacuation order. And West Kelowna Fire Rescue Chief Jason Brolin talks about that situation. He says, it's a fire chief's worst nightmare. Those emergency responders were trapped because they were rescuing members of the public who had chosen not to leave. So while I appreciate what the member from West Yellowhead is saying about the help that locals can provide to help protect first responders from getting in a bad situation, we have to recognize that when first individuals locally do not have proper training and support, they can become a liability to those same first responders. So I recognize that the motion that the member is bringing forward is to consider how we can develop an auxiliary workforce program. And I would assume as part of that program, then, we want to make sure there is proper training for those individuals. Because again, the fact that the farmer knows the land better does not make that farmer a first responder. The fact that they know the area, they know the roads, they know their land, does not necessarily mean that they are equipped to know how to deal with a raging wildfire or another natural disaster which may be coming through. That is why we have first responders and have that expertise. And so the amendment that's been brought forward by my colleague from Edmonton Manning is simply looking to ensure that where we have programs like this that have already existed and have existed before, that we tap into those and make use of that expertise, that infrastructure that's already there. And that indeed we make sure we are making use of the expertise of those first responders to ensure that we provide the training and opportunities so that those individuals who do know their property, who do know their communities, who do know their land, also know the proper protocols for how they can best work with those first responders, those experts, to ensure that we have is the best of all worlds. The combinations of their expertise to yield a better outcome and not a situation where there may be a mistake that indeed is going to endanger everyone involved. Now, the member from West Yellowhead spoke about his concerns around limiting the definition of first responder to those who hold certification. Madam Speaker, it brought to mind the fact that this is a government that did bring forward legislation specifically to protect the term engineer, or to open up that area around discussion of engineering in the province. And again, that is something where we talked about The challenge is when we are adjusting definitions of expertise and the impacts that can have. And in this case, yes, I think it is important that when we're talking about first responders, we are talking about people who have that certification, because certification does mean something in terms of that expertise, that knowledge they're able to bring to bear. And to be clear, this is something where first responders, RCMP, local fire departments have been willing to cooperate and collaborate. So it is very important, Madam Speaker, I think that we ensure that there is proper training involved. So again, we support this motion. We support the involvement of local people in the community. We just want to ensure those individuals have the training and knowledge they need to work well with our first responders for the best possible outcomes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to speak to the amendment? The honourable member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to the amendment for motion other than government, motion 516. Now, actually, I do agree with this this amendment. I think it does take into account a number of the things that my colleagues have raised, local expertise, in addition to the expertise of organizations like the RCMP and the auxiliary group that they have, and all of the existing training. But, Madam Speaker, I did want to bring up one previous motion that is very similar to the motion under debate today, and just sort of bring up that it would have been quite nice to have any kind of report about the progress that was made on this motion. Now, I believe it was the member for Central Peace Notley, now the Minister for Forestry and Parks, that raised in June of 2020 motion 505, and it read, "Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General to explore options to establish a volunteer civilian corps to assist law enforcement in Alberta." Now, Madam Speaker, the reason I raise this is that we never really heard a peep about this particular motion after. We don't have any data to support whether or not this resolution was useful, if it was actually useful in achieving the goals that it outlined. And without that information, it seems a little bit silly that we're discussing another motion that is planning to do very much the same thing. And I know the member likes to crinkle paper when I'm speaking, which is silly, but let's continue. So that, you know, I find it kind of ridiculous that the minister or the member at the time, actually I think it was a minister, no, it would have been a member at the time, Madam Speaker, the member for Central Peace Notley, felt that it was so important that we establish an auxiliary group to augment law enforcement, yet we've heard nothing since 2020. So that is alarming to see that this government is undertaking another motion to do something similar without any proof whatsoever. If the move, when 505, which was in June of 2020, was introduced, there was no data. We have nothing to look at. So it seems a lot like members like to fire out motions and then they just sort of go into the ether. We don't hear about them. So it'd be great if the government or the minister has any data or information to share about that previous motion, and perhaps we can learn from that motion as we go forward with this one. And with that, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
Any other members to the motion? If not, I will call the question on the motion as moved. Or sorry, my apologies. The amendment as moved by the honourable member for Edmonton Manning on behalf of the honourable member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview. All those in favour on the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment is defeated. I seek speakers to the main motion. The honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from West Yellowhead for bringing this forward. He and I, we share constituents in Yellowhead County, and we've had the, I guess, the dubious honor of dealing with a couple of major events there in the last few years. And I can tell you full well that this gentleman goes above and beyond to try to represent those areas, and moreover, with what took place this year in Yellowhead. So I agree. What we have before us, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure you can appreciate from your neck of the woods as well, is a common sense approach. The MLA and I have spent a number of hours in town halls, spending times with our constituents, obviously with the counties, with the firefighting groups, with a number of the elements that are out there. And it was resounding, a couple of things that they want us to take care of. This was one of them. Folks wanted to be able to be empowered with proper training. We wanted to look at an ability and a way to enhance that firefighting capabilities out there. it allowed people to do that as the first responders. And coincidentally, there was a number of us that were down in a CSG event down in Oregon this last summer, and Idaho put something in place very similar, where it allows, if you would, a roster of people that can actually deal with these type of elements to, if you see something, do something. And with that, we can understand full well in these circumstances, if you have a little tiny fire, then you can put it out before it becomes a big fire. And if you have folks with the ability and the capabilities with the equipment and the training, et cetera, that conventional firefighting equipment, some of the members opposite might be familiar with, the typical fire truck on a city street that comes down and rolls down. But out in the prairies and out near the forest lands, there's a lot of folks that have different equipment out there that are very well versed in it, to work in the oil patch or work for the local counties, et cetera, or even on their own properties, that can run those that aren't the traditional firefighting equipment. And the exposure we had when we started dealing with our constituents and talking to those groups, they actually worked out really well when you had those abilities come to bear. Coincidentally, Madam Speaker, when we started talking to some of the older hands in the area, and we had talked earlier today about our seniors, when we listened to our elders in the communities, they used to do something very similar to this. And somewhere along the line, we got very litigious in our ways. We got very fixed and rigid, and quite frankly, Madam Speaker, Mother Nature doesn't really care about our processes and procedures. If you have the training and the ability to do something, then to act. So with that, I'm honored to be able to speak on this motion as well, and I know it'll go a long way, and it's coming from the right intention. So we've been, hitting a couple events. We just saw up in Fort McMurray as well last summer that we have more severity. And the issue that's being challenged, not only us, the western states and western provinces, is you can't keep throwing money at it, and you can't train enough people, so to speak, in those conventional areas. What this does is that it allows for that force multiplier to take place. It allows for folks to do something. It allows for pre-authorized, kind of a Rolodex, if you would, a roster that you could use for that. If we try to rely on the Canadian Armed Forces, it doesn't make sense. Like our model is not set up for that. You can't have, the Armed Forces just drop in and fix everything for you. It takes time, and again, this should stop some of those bigger events. Not saying that you don't need the conventional forest fire fighting groups. You don't want to push the military away because they have a skill set that's second to none. But if you don't let it get to that point in time, then it really helps it. And I can tell you full well, when you're out there in the middle of the night, helping little old seniors move out of their homes to a hall and then moving them down the road further, this goes a long way to satisfying some of that. When you've had individuals that stayed behind to make sure that their properties were safe, when you've had them work with existing fire agencies and the police as well to take care of not only their properties but the adjacent areas, they've literally saved towns. And that was something that we got out of this, of lessons learned of what could take place there. Alberta's safety is our top priority. We're talking, and there was some comments made earlier about folks that didn't want to leave their areas. And that too came up in town halls. Part of that is the concern that they would lose property or lose life in limb from their standpoint if it got out of control. The second side of it that we had to address was if you stayed in those homes, in those areas, in those locations, and if you didn't have the training as an example, and I put it very succinctly in one town hall, if you don't get out and we need you to get out, so if you're not coordinated with those elements, I can't deploy, or we can't deploy as a province, the aerial assets, so I can't come in and flatten a bunch of buildings to knock the fire out if you're sitting inside of it. So by having this integrated approach where folks are educated, they understand the forest fire capabilities and the wildfire capabilities of all of the resources at disposal, then it's more of a force multiplier. They're integrated again into that service. So they literally can understand how the bigger operanda works. And then the folks from those bigger items or elements will also understand that they have local resources on the ground, boots on the ground. So an Alberta-made solution reduces the dependency on federal aid. Quite honestly, we've got a big bill out there for the feds they haven't paid up for a number of years, and we're probably seeing something similar with Jasper. So we have to look at also mitigating some of our impacts, because getting paid back is one of those things that's going to be very difficult for the taxpayer. So again, if you can see something and do something and you have the training for it and the capability, then that's what we'd want to do. So I've got a couple other points here too, is that it also alleviates the pressures on the firefighting capabilities of them. So the volunteers can handle non-critical tasks. They can handle the non-critical tasks. The first responders can look at the primary action, so the areas that it's most critical and where they have the capabilities to do so. Building self-reliance into communities is not a bad thing. Again, this is how we used to do things, and again, looking at jurisdictions in Idaho where the farmers, the roster and the farmers, basically, their concern was on federal land. So there was a nuance between the local counties, communities, state-owned land, and then the federal land. And what they had seen time and time again was this ambiguity of what would take place on federal lands would then spill over, and if they didn't have the ability to do it. So again, they allowed it, something similar, this training to take place, and that they could go out there and actually do something with it. It boosts the overall preparedness and resilience of the areas. It's acting now acting now prepares us to save lives. So we were very fortunate that we didn't have a lot more loss out in the Jasper area, and I think there's going to be a ton of lessons learned from that one between the interface of not only provincial but federal capabilities and the local capabilities there. A lot of that could have been prevented from what we're hearing and looking at those integration. So federal reports show that, there's more severity. Well, part of that too is that we've increased fuel loads. We have the ability, the forests haven't been logged and managed in a number of ways that they used to be. And again, when we start talking to our U.S. counterparts, they're seeing the same thing down there. Even up north in the territories and in the Arctic, we're talking about the same thing. A lot of these big burns that usually took place or controlled burns didn't happen. So again, you have potential, high probability for potential of these things to take place. And again, if you can put them out sooner than later, then that would work. Emergency response involves local, provincial, federal jurisdictions. And then again, the military should be something of last resort. Experts recommended, experts recommend creating civilian disaster response organizations, and again, this isn't just our jurisdiction. So, what I would like,
Member Giveaway.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Madam.
Is there no interventions in private members' business? The honourable member, you have a minute and a half left.
Well, and I appreciate that. Every time a minister stands up in private member's side and wants to be participating, I'd give him way any day of the week. So appreciate the minister's try there. So with that, Madam Speaker, again, coming back to the member's motion from Yellowhead, it's very simple, it's very pure of heart, and it gives us the latitude to be able to compel and to utilize a number of folks out there. So it be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to consider taking the necessary steps to develop an auxiliary workforce program for local residents, volunteer associations, and landowners to supplement the work of first responders during emergencies and disasters. And moreover, I would suggest that with that wording, it also allows us to be preventative. So in the case that we could train a lot of volunteers, local areas, residents to be able to do that, this would go a very long way of helping prevent, to be able to make sure that folks don't feel powerless or helpless, and that they can really complement and help out our existing firefighting services. So with that, I'll end my remarks.
Any other members to join in on the debate on the motion? Seeing none, I will ask the honourable member for West Yellowhead to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all the members who took the time to consider and support the motion today and offer some debate. This is a motion of great importance and one that addresses a critical need in our communities, particularly in rural and remote areas where resources are often scarce and disasters can strike unexpectedly. We've heard compelling arguments from several members about the value this motion holds for individuals who are directly impacted and for the broader community. The central idea behind the motion is simply a profound, empowering local residents to become part of the emergency response infrastructure. It's not just about giving people a role, it's about giving them a chance to contribute when disaster strikes rather than being forced to leave, often at the worst possible moment. As we've discussed today, rural communities face unique challenges when it comes to disaster response. These are areas where the geography, the landscape, and even the social fabric are deeply tied to the lives of those who call the communities home. By training folks to work with first responders, people who already have an intimate understanding of the land and the needs of their communities, We are not only giving them a chance to make a difference, we are also ensuring that the response to disasters is faster, more effective, and more in tune with the needs of the affected people. These rural residents are often the first to be affected when disaster strikes, and they're also the first to respond in informal capacities. What this motion proposes is to formalize that response and give these individuals the training, the resources, and the recognition they deserve. We're talking about people who, in times of crisis, are willing to step up, but who, without proper support, are left to fend for themselves. This motion seeks to change that narrative by giving them the tools they need to help others to save lives and to rebuild in the wake of devastation. It's also crucial to remember that these individuals are not just helping in the immediate aftermath of a disaster. By empowering community-driven first responders, we are investing in long-term resilience. These residents will be better equipped to mitigate the impact of future disasters, protect their families, and maintain the integrity of their communities. In turn, it helps to reduce the strain on our emergency first responders, who can then focus their efforts where they are needed most. As we move forward, we must acknowledge the strength and resilience we have in our rural communities. These people are survivors. They have intimate knowledge of their land, their environment, and the needs of their neighbors. In moments of crisis, we must look to them not just as those who need assistance, but as valuable partners in the response effort. Madam Speaker, this motion is not just about creating an auxiliary force of first responders, it's about acknowledging the unique strengths of our rural communities, empowering them to be part of the solution when disaster strikes. So I urge all members to support Motion 516 as it represents not just a plan for disaster response, but a path towards stronger, more resilient communities. Thank you again, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, on motion 516 as proposed by the Honourable Member for West Yellowhead, all those in favour please say aye. Aye. Any opposed please say no. That is carried. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader and Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and let me take this opportunity to once again congratulate the Honourable Member from West Yellowhead for a job well done.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Madam Speaker, it is a fine Monday evening. I motion that the Assembly be adjourned till 1:30 p.m. on Tuesday, November 19th, 2024.
Having heard that motion, all those in favour please say aye. Aye. Any opposed please say no. So carried. House stands adjourned till tomorrow at 1:30. Just evil eye anyone who says no.